Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. To the shore, we'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. I'm gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me up tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time, I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through. Get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright again.
Yeah, so much dragon. Hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons with the Adventures of Athoria. We have a full party tonight, which means we should get on with the going on before something horrible happens. Knock on wood. So, for those of you who were here last session, which would have been 2 weeks ago, unfortunately we had some technical difficulties and had to call it, and then we found out afterwards that next Tuesday was Valentine's Day, so we were away a little longer than we had anticipated. But that's all good. So, as far as catching up, last session, Chapter 71, our party had run into a couple members of the Spellbound Flame when leaving Sirius's, the Hawthorne Mercantile, after wrapping up a job for Sirius Hawthorne to pay the debt to Quentin. You guys followed, or a couple of you, specifically Izal and Yandre, followed a couple members of the Spellbound Flame, mixed success, and then eventually devised a plan for a couple of your members to dress up and then go to the house of Sir Uric Crocus, which is the nobleman who is supposedly betrothed to Salusa. Izal and Kelmac had a nice, leisurely, simple conversation and dignified, while Calum was a bit of a peeping Calum via Arcane Eye. You guys departed. Calum continued to watch them voyeuristically from a distance. Picked up a little bit of extra context as to what happened after you guys departed. Noticeably, the surprise, shock, and anger of Salusa. After debriefing a little bit down the street, Izal produced a illusion for the purpose of entertaining Vulred, of basically Salusa throwing a temper tantrum in a very kind of chibi anime funny way, which prompted Vulred to remark that he had no idea who the woman in the illusion was, as it was not Salusa. You guys were left with that realization. If I'm not mistaken, though, a couple of you guys had decided to return to the Cursed Arrow. You guys can continue to do that if you want, or if you just want to say, we don't remember that part and all of you are present, that's fine. But there you are in the early afternoon, left with this realization in one of the upper areas of the havens on the west side of Coruscant. And the day is yours.
What day is it?
Let's see. Today is the 34th day of the first seed.
Awesome. And then DM, I just have a quick question because it's one of my
Sorry,
favorite
35th.
It's
Sorry,
one of my
35th.
favorite things. Are we rolling 3d20 to start off this episode, or are we just carrying over from the one from last time?
Are you saying that because you didn't do very well?
Oh no,
you would
I personally did.
Oh, that's true. You had a 16 and a 19 that was left unused.
But
I am okay using him. I don't care.
For the sake of being a team player and risking losing those two numbers and possibly bettering the team elsewhere, I was just curious if we're going to reroll.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and give me 3 rolls, just in case, you know.
In my
I
experience,
protest
they're going to
this.
turn bad no matter what.
Yeah, I protest this mechanic because every time we have done it, I have done very subpar.
You didn't complain about it last campaign.
Listen, you're gonna get my luck, so just go ahead and roll because what I did was not great.
Why
I
did
got a
mine not go?
19, 12, and 3.
Oh, wow. Yandere.
See, I'm passing it along. I'm giving you an opportunity to just be better while I suffer. So there we
Yeah,
go.
you barely broke 20 on 3d20. That's pretty bad. I only got 2 numbers there. So
I
I don't know why mine didn't go over.
They're rolling.
That's
I
probably
rolled
something to do with
11,
beyond
18,
20.
6.
Yeah, it's
11, 18, 6.
Honestly, I should have just re-rolled and said, fuck it.
Yeah. Kelmac.
6,
Okay.
12, 11.
I'm sorry, what was that?
6, 12, 11.
Those are pretty
That's
good.
better than what you had before. And
So what you're saying is Yandere was right. You do got that Yandere luck. Volred?
12, 3, 19.
Yandere shouldn't have said anything, guys.
No, and again, most of my stuff I'm probably gonna flop anyway because it's just the nature of Andre. So
Yeah,
I'd much rather have
that's
a
true.
team have a better role.
Yeah, it's kind of like we say, all right, Yandere, what'd you do? And be like, I fail. Or the same way that like Kilmo sometimes just be like, I pass. And it's like, what'd you roll? Just like, I pass. Okay, all right,
We'll
moving
never
on.
use that once.
That's
DM,
true.
I somehow rolled a 25 on the die on a d20.
There's no modifier.
What is this, Dungeon Crawl Classics? We don't use a D30 here, guys.
With
But, yes.
WotC did release a D30 for your 30th anniversary.
Yeah, and Dungeon Crawl Classics actually uses like a D7 and other shit like that too. It's kind of weird. Very interesting. So, but yes, the day is yours. So, feel
the
free
afternoon.
to do.
The afternoon.
I think we should head back to the Cursed Arrow. That way we can come up with a plan with this new information.
I also agree. Talking about this in public may not be the best decision.
I agree.
To the Cursed
Yeah,
Arrow
we don't
go.
want to seem like raving lunatics.
Not yet.
Even though we are.
Yeah, you guys are already in a nice area of town, just kind of chilling at the edge of a alley. So, yeah. Anyway, so you head northeast a few blocks and return to the Cursed Arrow. Business at this point in time, you appear to be kind of sloughed off the lunch rush. And most anyone here you gather are people who, like yourselves, happen to be patrons of the establishment. But the area is pretty much open. Unfortunately, though, if you're wanting to get food as you guys kind of sit down, most of it is kind of like the tail end, what's kind of like left, a little bit of leftovers-y.
I have a question. Can I see if we were being followed?
Sure.
Okay. Was I being followed?
Were you being followed?
Just
Let's
ask.
see. You did note a tail, yes.
Does follow us
specific-
all the way into the building, or
Nope, just seems to be staying, 50, 60 feet back. Just trying to keep an eye on you as you go, just seeing where you're going, mostly from what you can tell. Individual, he's wearing kind of like this heavily faded forest green cloak. Doesn't have a hood up, though. The hood was down. Got kind of a scraggly, I don't know, maybe looks like brown or ruddy red beard, and kind of this short, disheveled mop of similar colored hair. A couple times you see him kind of stopping off on places along the way. Ducking into a shop here, moving across the area over there. And several times you look around and don't see him, but after waiting a few more minutes, you spot him somewhere else along the trail. So either he's following you, or he is just serendipitously
just happens to be in the area
happens to be in the area.
following us? Right. When we get into the
Going the
Cursed Arrow,
same direction we're going.
so I did see someone following us. They weren't wearing any of the magician's robes, but just keep an eye out from now on, I guess.
Are you sure they were following us?
They kind of came the exact same direction we were, and then kept following. They had that suspicious look. They didn't come in the building, though.
Would you like for me to go talk to them?
If you go find him, it's got like a faded green cloak. His hood was down, that muddy red beard and messy hair. They're like 50 feet
Do you want me to
behind
come
us.
with? Do you want me to come with you, Yonder?
Do you feel that it is important for me to be here for the conversation regarding Master Vulred's sister?
I think it's important for all of us to be here. But if you could double check that we were being followed.
We can wait a moment for you to check, Yandere.
Okay. This is us walking into the cursed arrow, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Like, this is the conversation we're having.
We walked in, I told her what I saw, and
Great. Yandere will walk out briefly and see, just like in general scope, try to see if he can find the person that was being described. This is like seconds after, well, I would say like a minute or two after we've walked in the door. You are not picking up sound, DM.
Sorry. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm trying to mute myself since I'm writing and typing and stuff. You step back outside, do a very quick glance. Anything that looks remotely like the person described, and don't see anyone.
I will take a moment to walk around in the general area to kind of case instead of just standing in one spot, particularly in the direction that we came from.
Okay. With that, you make your way ahead and kind of go back to the nearest intersection, glancing around. A couple individuals are kind of looking at you strangely because you got this hawkish like look, and of course, given your unusual attire, very long ears, and hair and eyebrows and stuff, an unusual elf to their eyes. You do kind of glance. It looks off down a separate street, almost as if like you're going back towards the temple that you and Izal went to the other day. You see a man that fits that description, standing at the end of an alleyway, apparently having a conversation with someone whose figure you can only just kind of see towards in the alleyway. They exchange, it appears, a couple of small objects and then go their separate ways.
Okay. Yandere will note that and head back to the cursed arrow.
Okay.
As I walk back in, I will attempt to locate where everybody is. I'm assuming you all are sitting down at this point.
That or they retired to the upper floors.
Yeah, probably not a conversation to be had in public.
Well, we were planning on talking, so we would have gone upstairs.
So Yandere will go back upstairs to the designated rooms.
Okay.
Jiggle the handle on the door.
There's furniture in front of it.
They're learning.
I moved the
Yandere will
ottoman.
knock on the door.
Open the door.
Good job barricading the door.
I thought it could be helpful given, well, I would assume a ghost isn't following us currently, but with a flesh follower, it still might have been a good idea.
I'm not sure I too much like the term flesh follower.
Okay.
Is it accurate though?
I do think we should start separating them out based off of living or non-living at this point.
I don't know. I find it kind of endearing.
Got those fleshies.
And you can abbreviate it by FF. A flesh follower.
Reggie says that abbreviation is probably used for other things and might not be the best thing for us to use.
Ask
How does he
Reggie
feel
what it
about
means.
DBA S&M?
What does FF mean?
Reggie says it's probably better that we have that conversation at a later time.
For now, we need to talk about the meeting that is supposed to take place tomorrow.
But before we do that, I do believe I found the person that you were describing. Looks like they were talking to someone in an alley and they exchanged something. So, from what I believe, it would be wise to assume that they were following us.
If that's the case, it might be wise to find another place to stay for this evening.
Yeah.
Do we want to have the conversation about tomorrow's meeting first, or do we want to go find another location? It's getting pretty late in the day, so I would assume we probably want to find some place to lay our heads before we get stuck outside.
If they're finding information from us to know we were at tonight, then as long as we're not here tonight, we should be okay for right now. And we're already here.
What if we... So, we know we don't want to be here tonight. What if we throw them a curveball and arrive early?
Like tonight?
Why not?
I'm good for it.
Let's do it.
So when we meet, when we do see your sister, would you play it off as if she was your sister and we'll go from there? Or is it an abrupt, you're not Salusa?
Well, we could pretend that I've been blinded due to dying, which is a partial truth and a lie at the same time. That might make them think that they could carry on the ruse with her voice. I can tell her, Salusa, you sound so much more formal now that you are seeking a courtship. I think Aaron has a question.
Yeah, for the DM.
Mm-hmm.
The rooms face the main thoroughfare. Is it an overhang onto the thoroughfare, or would it be easy to gain access to the rooms from outside?
Are you asking how easy it would be to enter your rooms from not the front door?
How easy would it be for someone who is looking to sneak in?
Using the front door?
Using...
I'm just going through the different methods of entry. Short of teleportation, the only portals that exists are the door and a window that overlooks into a small garden in the back alley. If you go through... What?
I thought we got rooms that face the front.
I mean, yes, they do... Oh, I guess that's true, because you guys have the... That's what you meant by thoroughfare. Yes. So, yes, you guys have the ones that open up to the front, and so you have little planter boxes. Those windows are always in plain view of the streets. As for your actual door, those open up onto a landing, and that landing is always visible in the tap house. So, I mean, ideally, it would not be easy to sneak in there. The easiest manner would be using some form of invisibility, or perhaps using the front door when the tap room is empty.
Okay. That was all I wanted to know. I'm not too sold on trying to execute a ruse to convince the imposter Salusa that you are blinded and that you do believe that she is your sister. Could it work? Maybe, but I think the best thing would be to burst the bubble now, and if, like you said, we go early and we burst the bubble, then we can possibly push them onto their back foot and gain a momentum on debasing them.
That does make sense, because even with the ruse, there's still quite a potential for there to be a combat to break out. Anyways, I guess the question is, didn't someone mention that there was a fighter of some sort in their ranks?
There is a very seasoned combatant
So yoked
under
out
their
mood.
What does that
very
mean?
shredded. Have you?
The only yoke I know is in eggs.
Eggs.
Oh no, I never met. Oh, Kelmac never met the priest guy
Haha.
from the church who was absolutely shredded.
Theofric.
Yeah, I never met the
Name right.
The question is, would Kelmac want to fuck Theofric?
No.
I needed to keep my register intact. Thank you for your submission.
So one for Gander, one for Izal, no for Kelmac.
A very muscular individual is one who is yoked.
I use minor illusion to make an illusion of the jacked wizard.
All right.
This guy, if it were not for the robes and magical accoutrement, you would think he was a fighter. Though his robes, you can see they appear to be armor reinforced robes. So you get the sense, battle mage,
Eldritch Knight.
Eldritch Knight, something like that.
All I'm thinking. Sorry to tangent, but all I'm thinking of is the meme I saw where it's a wizard casting fireball, and he's like, "Oh, I'm all out of spells. Guess we got to do this the old-fashioned way." And he's
Not
just
out
like
of options.
absolutely jacked. It's funnier if you see it.
Muscle wizard cast fist.
So, I mean, we can go in there and try the ruse. I like the idea of the ruse because it gives us an opportunity for them to make a mistake or slip up, or going in there and just immediately calling them out as an option. There is the way that we could potentially try to have them force their hand. What if we played to the role of we would like to help them overthrow your family because you don't want to be part of it anymore, and you don't like your dad? If they have the assistance of someone who's already a member of the family backing up this fake Salusa, then it would just reinforce their right to the situation, and then you could just leave.
So what you could do is you could say, once you confront them, find out what their goal is, and
Just tell them I'm in.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Actually like that, because
That's not good. That's one of my ideas. That's not good.
I mean, it makes sense, and either way, it would be best to at least try not to fight. Isn't there some phrase of it's easier to sweeten someone with honey?
You catch more flies with honey than I forget what the other thing is. With vinegar. Yeah.
Also attracted to a lot of shit, though.
I like that plan, and it would allow me to say terrible things about my sister and not be lying to them.
Now, if they did indeed orchestrate the attack in at the old home, then it'll still reel them with being immediately exposed. And as we did, I'm gonna kind of talk directly to us all. As we did see that the Lord was very perturbed at the prospect that Vulred is alive.
Well, I think we could definitely go the whole team up with them aspect and double cross them. Ruin them
If
from the inside.
that
If we go that route, then it might be best to just show up tomorrow as to not try to come off as the aggressor.
Right, and we should sleep somewhere else tonight so we don't get killed in our sleep.
I mean, you could
Yeah, I'm not a
barricade
fan
the
of
doors
killing
and
sleep.
windows.
I would probably wake up first before I was killed.
I know I did.
Barely.
Show that bugbear.
So we're going to go find another place of residence for tonight.
Yep. And I think
We should do that soon.
All right.
Sure.
By soon, probably now.
Yeah, let's go now. Let's see, what are the other places in this town?
Okay, you're gonna go look for another place to sleep.
Yep.
Okay. Asking around, there is only one other inn of note in the city, called the Storms Harbor, which, as you can imagine, is in the harbor. They mostly caters to townsfolk and merchants. Don't get a whole lot of adventurers. But yep, you're able to find it on a market street, surrounded by crowded avenues and active marketplaces down there at the wharf. The street outside is filled with strange languages and accents
Is the
of
name
the
of the
people.
street Ocean Avenue?
No, but it could be.
Thank you.
What was the name of this?
Storms
It's called
Harbor.
the Storms Harbor.
It's on the corner of Cherry Street and Ocean Avenue.
Oh my goodness.
I look over there and I see Yandere rubbing his temples, so I got a feeling I don't want to ask.
We'll be
So
staying
I'm
up all
gonna-
night.
It's,
So I'm gonna
it's song lyrics.
move
it's
on.
It's just song lyrics. That's it.
Anyway, so as you make your way there, the
Hold
inn
on.
is a large building of.
Eric, 1 second.
Mhm.
Do we want to walk just there plain and simple, or did we want to sneak out of the tavern? So they don't just see us go from one tavern to the next.
I will suggest that since I stand above most people, maybe someone else come with me and we can go the long way. And if anyone is being, I'm assuming, paid to follow us still, they will just follow my tall ass instead of anyone else.
I can also just cast invisibility on several individuals as they leave. And then me and you, Kelmac, could just teleport out.
And Vulred can just look. Vulred could look like an entirely different person.
I take out the hat, put it on, and I make myself into the appearance of Salusa.
Real Salusa or the fake Salusa?
Real Salusa.
I guess they kinda. The facial structure is way different.
No, the person that you conjured was quite prettier. You can't look at me right now and say I don't look frumpy.
I wasn't gonna say it, but considering you don't like your sister either, yeah, okay.
Does someone with this nose deserve compliments?
I don't know, but it is quite the family resemblance.
I'm not sure if that was an insult or a compliment,
Statement.
and I don't actually need an answer to that.
I am fine with being myself followed.
We
If
don't
y'all
need
wish
a
to use
decoy.
But if you are followed, then you go to the new location, then they know where exactly we are.
What if Kelmac goes and just walks in a square, as he normally does when he goes out for a
do.
morning hike, and then he pulls any would-be followers on him? We still use invisibility, just because. And then when he returns, Caleb and Kelmac can teleport.
What are they going
Sounds
to do?
foolproof.
Attack me in public?
How many people can you make invisible?
Well, each cast I can do one person if I do it at the lowest level possible. But
So with time,
Invisibility-
you make all of us invisible.
I can make 3 people invisible twice. Just not at the same time.
Well, with your teleport, how many people can you teleport?
Just me and one other person.
Well, how many people can you make invisible? 2, because I have the hat, so you only need to make 2 others invisible.
Yes, so I can make myself. I can make 3 different people, 3 other people invisible, and then I could also teleport.
I'm just going to get up and just, all right, then I'll just go start walking.
Why?
You are not a decoy. We are not doing decoy.
Because they will follow you to our new location if you decide to just walk back. It makes no sense for us to do that.
As Vulreds said, I will not be going to the new location. I'll be coming back here, where Caleb will be waiting to teleport me to the new location.
Why would you be leaving then?
Pull anyone.
You don't
And
need
see
to.
how many other...
Would someone be able to detect magic and see us invisible?
If they focus on your exact location, they would be able to tell that there is a magical effect at that location.
Same as
But
my hat.
But yes. Well,
So
yeah.
I was saying, as a foolproof plan, if Kelmac takes a brief walk, it would deter any eyes of a would-be follower who may be able to see through our invisibility or hat, allowing focus to be pulled on him and make a clean exit out of this establishment. Not a long walk, maybe 5 minutes.
That's what you're saying. Have them
Yes.
follow him for a moment. And
Yes, to ensure that there's no way that they can detect even our current measurements.
Sure.
Then I can see that.
So shall we start?
Don't get
I'm good with
arrested, Calmac.
I'm just gonna go walk.
Yes, don't go towards the boat district. The harbor. Don't go near the harbor.
I will use the hat to disguise myself as literally like the plainest looking person possible.
One of your servants from where you used to live.
You're some dude named Dave.
Or Craig.
Craig?
Or
Oh,
Craig.
legend.
Not
Excuse me,
Craig.
my name is Dave
I'm-
Craig.
I do miss Craig. Poor Craig.
I don't understand that.
We need a new Craig.
Eric, you heard it. We need a new Craig.
No,
My
you,
enemy.
you don't need a new
my
Craig.
enemy
I'm
can
gonna
be
turn myself into Gorbeck and I'm gonna start running in the street shouting at the children
Oh.
and asking where the nearest candy stores are.
No, ask him where Milo is.
Milton.
Milo!
Milton.
Milton!
Milton.
Well.
Okay,
we
what are
got
you
him.
actually doing? You're gonna look plain old Dave?
Yeah, like literally a
Okay.
plain person.
You are now
Nothing.
Dave.
I am Dave. Dave is boring. He doesn't really look at people. He just
He's
walks.
probably a tax accountant.
Actually, a taxicologist.
The fuck is a toxicologist?
It's like a taxidermy, but there's a little oncology in it.
Okay, Dave.
For some reason, it's get the name Dave right now is making me think of the old.
Anyway, so yes,
Nickelodeon.
you are now Dave, and you are traveling out.
Yes, with whoever else is invisible, which I would assume would be Yandere and
Izal.
Izal.
Yep. I will make them invisible.
Okie dokie.
That spell off.
All right, and then Kilmac is just kind of wandering off, and then. All right, so you guys are heading down to the Storms Harbor.
Yep.
Okay, you guys arrive there without any obvious issue. It's a large half timber framed building, several stained glass windows. Everything kind of gives you a little bit more of like a shack at the edge of the sea kind of vibe. But it's definitely not a shack. I mean, the wood paneling is quite well adorned, well lit, and there is a variety of trappings and such to make this place look like a very comfortable. It's got more like a mountain chalet type vibe to it. What strikes your fancy immediately, Vulred, is Dave, is that when you glance over to the bar, they have one of those like whiskey walls that's just covered in all kinds of booze on display. Some of which you can tell even from here are probably expensive because they use gold foil in the label. So, all in all, quite nice. And it's got kind of a peppermint and pipe tobacco kind of smell to the place. So, Dave and Invisible Co. Arrive at the Storms Harbor. Are you going to attempt to get a room or anything?
Yes, I'm going to seek 2 rooms.
Okay.
I'm gonna hang out
You
outside.
make your way to the front area. You are come up to speak to this young human man who's got kind of this very light brown hair that's kind of pulled back and kind of a ponytail man bun type thing. Very well dressed with kind of a ruffled shirt and this kind of like sun yellow colored doublet with this kind of ivory colored lacing on it. As he kind of approach, he does kind of a quick bow. Welcome, sir. My name is Owen. I am the proprietor here of the Storms Harbor Inn. Would you need some food or perhaps lodgings for the evening?
Hello. Yes, Owen. I would like to inquire about the booking of 2 rooms on this evening.
Excellent. Well, I do have a variety. If you're looking for something just quick over the night, we do have some smaller rooms. I do have a couple suites available, if that is more to your liking.
Tell me more about the suites.
Well, the suites are rather well apportioned. 2 of them in total, both with their own fireplace and wood. They also have access to our bathhouse that's in the back. It's simple, but enough to wash away the weariness of travel. Of course, if you have one of the suite rooms, the food is included in the price, as well as access to our concierge.
How many people can each of these rooms comfortably sleep?
Well, at present, they both carry 2 large each one carries a large bed. Though, if necessary, I can, if you don't mind waiting a little bit, have them refitted with a couple or two smaller beds, if that's acceptable. I also carry cots if you need some additional sleeping arrangements.
Well, yes. How much would it be for two of the suites for a total of one evening?
The suites run 1 gold per evening, and again, that does include the food cost. So that would be 2 gold per evening for both of the rooms.
Quite a deal. I will go ahead and book those rooms, please.
Excellent. Great. And he kind of reaches down, pulls out kind of a large tome, flips through a little bit to a section that was marked off using a ribbon. And what is the name of your reservation?
The name is Dave Craig, but you could also put afterwards /S.
Very well. And let's see here, 2 evenings. All right, checkout is at noon tomorrow, and that should be just about anything else. He kind of takes the payment from you, pulls out 2 brass keys, kind of slides them over. The rooms are just up on the 2nd floor. If you like, I can have someone take your baggage.
I think I'm fine with my baggage. I appreciate that.
Very well. Well, the concierge's name is Leland. He may stop by the room here before too long just to kind of check in and see how everything is going and see if there's anything else you'll need. Take your dinner order, that sort of thing.
Perfect. I appreciate the ease of this transaction.
My pleasure. Well, if that is all, then I will leave you to your stay, and please, let me know if there's anything I can do to make your stay more enjoyable.
Thank you, Owen.
Thank you.
And I head to the room.
Okay. Pretty large rooms. They're like 15 feet by 15 feet. As stated, they have their own fireplaces, well stocked with wood. Kind of a large rug dominates the floors in both of them. And these kinds of actual beds with linens and quilt. Yeah, so pretty nice, all things to say.
I mean, how nice does Vulred actually think it is?
It's not the nicest inn that you and your party have stayed in, but it is nicer than the Cursed Arrow.
I don't know. The Cursed Arrow was rustic.
This place definitely has more of a, like, this is here for people who like a quiet lodgings type vibe. But, I mean, the place is a little classier, and the rooms definitely are bigger.
I like bigger. So I will go up to one of the rooms, and I assume the others will, I guess, how long does invisibility stay? If someone's this is just a general question for me now. Like, if you're invisible, can you just, like, uninvisible yourself? Or, like, does a wizard need to do it?
Has to do it.
Or you
Yeah,
can
the caster.
attack somebody.
Yeah, or, yeah, so it lasts up to an hour, or until the caster chooses to end it, or you interact with something, basically, or cast a spell, something like that.
Got it.
Yandere and he's all in a room and both of them invisible. Alright, to dispel it, we need to hit each other. Where are you?
Over here.
I can't see you.
Okay, y'all
Follow
that
my
out now.
voice.
Oh, I waited outside. Because I
Yep.
didn't want the invisibility to turn off in the middle of a room in like a crowded place because that would be real suspicious. So I waited outside.
So I'm just gonna walk into the room and just be like, Yandre is all. I hope these rooms are sufficient for your needs.
We all here? Where y'all at?
I'm just sitting in the corner, just like looking as like my normal engagement, even though like I'm invisible and I'm just waiting for him to respond to the fact that I'm there, but I don't realize that I'm invisible.
Yandre is all.
Are you on the ceiling?
Invisibly nodding.
Is anyone in here? Remember, you're invisible.
Oh, yes.
I feel like you should have realized you're invisible a little quicker.
Well, I'm not normally invisible. Normally, I stand out pretty well.
When I'm in a different appearance as such, currently, I remember that I am a different person.
Well, normally, whenever I'm in a different appearance, I don't necessarily care to reveal that I'm in a different appearance. It's very obvious.
Where's Azal?
I don't know. Izal is also invisible.
Part of me wants to search to ensure her whereabouts, but at the same time, Azal's probably fine. This bed looks comfortable. As I just jump back, like do a little, like.
Did we ever figure out how to not be invisible?
That question is above my pay grade.
Well, you make the most money out of all of us here, so that is very alarming.
That is but just a statement. It is not really involving my current monetary affairs. It's more of a way of saying that you're not educated in that realm enough to know. So I don't know.
Okay, well, I guess I will just go sit in this chair. And then you just start, which is another thing that I'm like concerned by because Yandre is not the quiet person when he moves around. He's wearing half plate or cast off half plate. So like he just walks over and sits in whatever chair is available and just chills. You just see the indent of the like of Yandre sitting down in the chair.
Yeah, is it a plush chair or a wooden chair? It's got to be plush. This is a suite, so
Yeah, it's kind of
over.
like a high back, like Victorian style, one of those like ovular.
So you see like
kinda
the
chairs.
whole imprint of like legs, torso, and head leaning against it.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. Like from what you can kind of gather, Vulred, it kind of looks like it was someone's like third hand, like antique piece that's been upcycled.
Probably reupholstered at some point.
Yeah. I mean, and an okay job. You get that feeling, especially considering like the human kid. Basically, that was the proprietor because he is basically a kid. He looks to be like in his late teens, early 20s. I mean, Yonder, you can kind of tell like this is either like maybe furniture that his family had and then has kind of gone in, but definitely like this is a guy. He's gone to like all the Salvation Armies and the Goodwill stores and got as good a furniture as he could get on the cheap. But it's all good furniture, really.
Well, I guess now we wait for something to happen.
Yonder's just nodding silently in the corner again, but you don't know because you can't see him.
Kalen would probably wait an hour, waiting for the invisibility to wear off.
I looked over at the chair and I see like where his head's leaning up against kind of slowly like roll back and forth the imprint. And I just say, Yandere, I can see you're nodding.
Oh, so I'm visible again.
No.
Way to confuse the guy.
Is this real?
Is this?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you can see me, but I can't see myself.
I can't actually see you. I saw your imprint on the chair move as if you were nodding.
Oh, okay. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Is there a mirror in the room at all?
Yeah. It's kind of a small one that's kind of set in to a section of the desk. Because mirrors are somewhat expensive at that size, but...
I will go up to the chair that he's sitting in and rotate it so he could have clear vision of himself in the mirror. And I'll just say, here you go, Yandere. Entertain yourself with this. As I go back and just sit on the bed.
You just see the mirror like floating from side to side in like different angles, but it's not actually like being used. Like, you just don't see anything else. This is weird.
Okay, but you said after about an hour of all that, the invisibility will...
Yep. And we decided which inn we were going to go to, correct?
Yep, there were only 2 in the city, and you were leaving one of them to go to the other one.
All right.
Only 2 reputable ones.
Yes, theoretically there may well be other inns or boarding houses in the city, but if you ask anyone for an inn, there's really only 2 that people will tell you about.
Okay. And about how far away is the other one?
It's probably about a half hour or so walk from the Cursed Arrow. Cursed Arrow is like on the north side of town, and the Storm's Harbor is on the south side of town.
So they would have only had to wait 30 minutes once they got there for it to just kind of...
Yeah, but I mean, but even if it's only 15 or 20, I imagine Yandere can entertain himself with a mirror a lot in that 15 to 20 minutes.
While being invisible.
Yes, while being invisible.
So I would
Oh, the ghost jokes that would have happened in that room.
So then, Kalen would try and think of a secluded alleyway in that direction that we would be able to teleport to. And before he does that, he would actually just cast Arcane Eye and find a alleyway that is secluded 500 feet away. And where there's no...
Are you planning on dimension dooring?
Yes.
Okay. I was fixing to say, I was like, you don't have access to teleport. So
I do actually have access to teleport. I have a scroll.
you can't cast it.
Yes, I
You can
can.
attempt it.
I'm saying, but you don't have it in your spell book, is what I'm saying.
Don't get into technical details, because I can cast it.
Technical Timmy.
With the check.
Chance I fail. Which I have an incredibly high Arcana.
Eric, what level do clerics
Yeah.
get the channel divinity?
3?
Nope. So let's not get to meet the minutia of what he could do.
12.
Still wrong, but okay.
Sure.
Carry on.
All I
Caleb,
know is
carry
teleport is a 7th level spell, and Caleb cannot use the 7th level slot.
Okay, to be fair, 7th is not. Well, teleport is not what I have. I have the teleportation circle spell.
which is a 5th level spell.
Yes, which I do have a scroll of.
Here.
I just need money to put it in my spell book.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, well, 250 gold.
You're
Anyways.
on your way, Arcane Eye.
I'm going to use my Arcane Eye and try and find a spot around 450 to 500 feet away in the direction of the other inn. And then I'm going to dimension door with Kelbeck to that location.
Yep, easy enough. You find a spot, takes you only a couple more minutes. Same thing, you go through nice kind of half-timbered walls that you kind of walk in. This kind of young human man looks younger than you, Caleb. Kind of gestures to you guys as you come in. Hi, welcome to the Storms Harbor. My name is Owen.
I'm guessing I still see Izal outside.
Once I went invisible, I would have went inside and just kind of hung out until I saw someone I knew.
Okay. Then
Yeah.
I would go inside and I would see Izal.
Hello.
And then I would go sit with her. But if the proprietor were to come to me, that would be...
Yeah, he's going to talk to you. But, I mean, yes, you can clear it up and just kind of point, like, Owen, just let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Round of drinks for the stable. Thank you very much.
Of course. I'll bring you a menu.
Thank you.
Yep, that brings you a drink menu that has all the standard stuff, but you can also... They have, like, a wine list. Also, gin, cider, brandy, rum.
Yeah.
They have
Give
quite
me the
a
Miller
list.
Lite equivalent of fucking fantasy.
I'll take a screwdriver.
Watered down beer.
That is most of what you would get in most places.
Less
Yep, which
calories.
is basically...
Because it's less alcohol. Just less.
Man, why does this beer taste more watered down than this last place? Because it is.
Yeah.
Hey,
Though
Caleb.
grog isn't bad.
Hey, Caleb. Hey, Calmac.
Hey, Izal.
Hello. I didn't get to catch anybody.
Well, Vulred, I'm pretty sure got a room, but I don't know what name he put it under. And I figured it's
Wasn't
good
he,
for y'all.
wasn't he saying he was going by Dave? Isn't that what he wanted his name to be?
I didn't hear him say a name. I know he
Yes,
looks
and
like-
kind of glance as Owen's little eyes just kind of flick up as you are
Yes.
having this conversation in the entry
Yes.
area.
Well, no, we sat down.
We sat down.
Yeah, at a table, which is like right there in the beginning or in the entry area.
Ah,
Yes.
Can you show us a map of this establishment?
I sure cannot.
How many fireplaces there are?
How many floors?
I will work on that for you, Vulred.
Thank you, DM.
Yes. Owen? You said was your name?
Owen.
Yeah, we had an associate come by earlier to procure rooms. I think his name was Dave.
He looked like this, and I will wave my
He
hand.
kind of leans back a little bit. I'm sorry, you said you're not aware of your friend's name?
He doesn't like to use his... He has a traveling name he likes to use, and it's hard to remember which one he's picking out. He looks like a very plain-looking fella, and I will use minor illusion to make a small image of this him.
But he is anything but plain. So he likes to give that illusion.
I see. Well, unfortunately, your compatriot, assuming he is staying here, didn't say anything about your arrival to me. So, given that, and the fact that you seem confused as to his name, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to serve you gentlemen this evening,
Kind of point.
lady.
Serve or give us his name, his location.
If you
I
have
think
a manner
everything.
which you are able to get word to your friend, kind of glancing over to his all, magical or otherwise, I suggest you use it, as without his permission, I can't say that I can speak about current patrons.
1 second, give me a moment. And I kind of no idea where the front of the building is. Like, I start pinging for him, like, Vulred! Just type point again, Vulred! Vulred! But like all
It
mentally
takes me a minute to dial in.
just mentally projecting, Vulred, pick up the phone.
Do I hear anything?
Yes.
I would hear it. Is this like a conversation that I could respond to?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
short little tweet back to each other, but mentally.
Okay, so I tweet back, yes.
Hey, we need up in the room, but we are on the list, so come help us out.
Tell him he didn't say we were coming.
You can't hear what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, yeah, but it's still just like, tell him.
So I leave the room and go down.
Yonder
As
is
you
invisible
kind of
now, too.
descend, you see Owen there having a conversation with your fellow compatriots. He
We're
kind
not-
of...
we're not-
There he is.
You get the sense he's like watching you at this point as you descend.
So I would approach and go up to Owen and say, "Oh yes, Owen. I forgot to mention that my compatriots would have been here, hence why I did book 2 rooms. But it would make sense that I didn't make you aware of their arrival. My apologies. This group is
It's
with me."
quite all right, Mr. Craig, sir. It's only they had guessed as to your name, and so I wasn't entirely certain that they were actually acquaintances of yours. Now that that's been cleared up, my apologies for any misunderstanding. You understand, I do like to keep the privacy of our patrons private.
I slide him 5
Abso-
gold. And like,
Absolutely.
we appreciate that, and this is for the trouble of this whole issue, and I'll give him 5 gold.
You see his eyebrows raise a little bit and goes, "Excellent. I do feel horrible about that. Seeing as how this is indeed a reunion of sorts, perhaps I could have a bottle of my finest brandy sent upwards to the room."
That would be more than ideal. Thank you.
And you see him kind of slide the coins over. "Excellent. It's a wonderful year. It comes from a small place east of here in Ashgar, known for its apples."
Do you know which season it was produced in?
Well, the brandy was actually produced about 60 years ago. One of the finer vineyards, from what I understand. A place called the Two Rivers, or Three Rivers. Three Rivers.
Just the Kelman flexing over there. Do Leonins blush? Like,
No. Though you might see some of like his hair stand up a little bit, or proof.
getting all
But
proud of himself.
I'm just like nudge someone whoever's next to me. Just,
Might see
The
a
river.
little bit of tail flipping going on there.
know the name. River Clan.
The tail gets
right.
strangely erect.
Yep. You guys are standing there. Next thing you know, like the tail starts like accosting you a little bit.
We should really get up to that room. I have
Yep.
to start shooting.
But yes, you guys
Or not.
head up there, get settled in. After about 5 or 10 minutes, there is a knock on the first door. I guess that would be Vulred's door. As another human man, still young, uh, with kind of short, well-kempt, like dark brown, almost black hair, kind of stands there in a similar kind of yellow doublet, holding a bucket, like an ice bucket, filled with a glass of brandy in it. He's kind of holding that in one hand with a kind of pewter tray with glasses in the other.
One moment. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Open. Were you expecting someone to deliver something?
Yes.
I'll take it.
And he kind of hands off the tray first and then goes to slide over the bucket. My name is Leland. I'm the concierge. If there is anything I could do for you, please let me know. I am available anytime, day or night.
Thank you, Lilu. And
Have a wonderful evening.
Yandre is going to turn around and start passing off the brandy.
Now I tell you, this is from where Two River is from, and I bet it's going to taste fantastic. Grape, the apple orchards from that region are amazing.
So let's pop that open.
Kelmac, do you know how to make alcohol?
I mean, making alcohol's simple. Making good alcohol is hard.
You could have just said no.
I know how to make alcohol. I don't know how to make good alcohol. So, it's your semantics.
Couldn't be anything worse than what Shosker tried to make.
That was poison.
Yeah. But yeah, so you go and you pop the lid off the brandy, kind of get a feel for the nose of it. Definitely fruit brandy. You get definite like some brown sugar, cinnamon, and apple on the front, but there's also some sweeter notes in the back. Maybe it's pear. Maybe some other berries. You're not really sure, but it's definitely nice on the sweeter side, though.
How would this rate on Vulred's palate? Like, is this like from a 0 to 10 scale? What are we talking?
Well, it's not cognac. So it's probably not going to get a 10, but it's definitely a 9. I mean, it's definitely high proof. It's got one of those molded bottles, such that it's got some it's decorative, and it's got a nice like dark black label with gold leaf and some calligraphy. You see like some hand stenciling of the date and factory number. You're guessing this is probably a pretty expensive bottle. A lot more than the 5 gold that Izal proffered.
This is quite good.
I told you.
How do you know, Kelmac?
Because Three Rivers is just right outside of Summerness. And it's where our progenitor is from.
Yes, I know what that word is. Yes.
Two Rivers was the original member of Hands of the Golden Forge, which, afterwards of all the heroic adventuring they did and cemented Hands of the Golden Forge in Summerness, Two River ended up going around and had some kids, and those kids have had kids, and the last name River is what we've adopted for his heroism and legend.
Interesting. What happened to One River?
There was never a One River. I mean, there are One Rivers, but not in a name, but there are singular rivers.
So was his name Two?
His name was Two River, I think, because he was born at a fork of the Three Rivers system in between two rivers. So his parents named him Two River.
That is quite a interesting name, or well, way to come up with a name. I don't know how well I would like to be named after a number, but at least it's an interesting name.
Well,
Calem's
I mean,
named after a flower.
typically,
But flowers.
cat folk don't. I've found the typical cat folk don't use normal naming, how your name is. I think your proper name is Durlov Kyosi.
Kiyosi.
Kyosi. Whereas
Kiyosi.
Yeah.
Whichever.
Whereas,
you can pronounce it however.
the cat folk would generally
Just don't call him by
either
his middle name.
during the pregnancy or while the child is growing, if they do something that causes them to be known for that, that eventually becomes their name. They don't have a typical naming scheme, but we and my family have just sort of adopted that as a way to stay known that we are from that lineage or group.
I don't know much about cat folk, so that is interesting. Is that the proper terminology?
I mean, there are Leonin and Tabaxi, but they all kind of share that same kind of naming scheme, so it's easier to kind of, for this instance, putting them in a group and labeling it as cat folk would be reasonable.
I wasn't sure. Though I never wanted to always listen to my parents, they did teach me that for those you meet that you're unaware of, to not ask many questions about their livelihood.
Oh,
Or rather make assumptions.
yeah, because I think you generally don't want to assume, because if you assume, you end up making an ass out of you and the other person. Typically, it's when you assume with somebody else and the conversation goes. You don't assume because you make an ass out of you and me. So, but it's always, if the mood is jovial or what's the word, inquisitive, then usually questions are good to be asked, because that generally gives a feeling of openness to asking questions and learning of each other.
Interesting. That does make sense. Is there any special meaning behind your name?
No. My parents thought Kelmac sounded decent enough, and my whole family tree is just adopting River as the surname. No real big meaning there.
Does your family like to climb the family tree?
I don't know. the tree in front of the Hands with Golden Forge is still there, but I don't know if it's too safe to climb. I know we always got told not to climb it because it could topple over and crush us. I mean, yeah. I mean, the answer to the question is yeah.
Ah. Enthralling. And I just start sipping more on the brandy.
I'm not falling for the trick. I know what you're going.
Immediately starts asking questions with assumptions.
Vulreds having
Okay.
an interest in my life. Something is wrong here.
Thinks of the most offensive thing you could say to a cat person. No.
Well, I see street cats are able to lick their balls. Can you lick your balls? No.
So I won't
Okay,
ask that, but I
so-
really want to.
Moving on for this conversation that appears to be derailing.
No,
So,
motel.
what is y'all's
Walk
plan
the trees.
this
Can you
evening?
walk the trees?
Prepare for tomorrow. Probably make some plans for the night as far as not getting attacked in our sleep.
I'll just take a cot and sleep in whoever's room. There are only 4 sleeping spots.
That's 2 suites, though. It's a lot of room.
Plus an awful lot of floor.
Yeah.
Get you a nice box.
I can rest on one of the chairs.
No, sleep in the bed. I'll sleep in a cot.
You've twisted my arm. Okay.
Oh. So much convincing.
I begrudgingly take the bed while deep down I'm very happy of the way that this turned out.
Oh, good. I won in the end. Yay. I'll start prepping my clothes for tomorrow because I'll be wearing the same nice clothes.
Yep.
Who's in what room?
I'm in my room.
Good call.
Yes.
I assume Yandere will be in here as well, just based on this was the room he went into.
So Caleb and I are in the other room. Come on, Caleb.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna get partially naked in here. Don't look.
Looking intensifies.
Ass scrying.
Arcane eye. Like we're in the same room.
I'll go sleep in the room with Yandere and Vulred, just in case if, God forbid, somehow we were followed here, or if they're just like, well, they're not here, so let's just go to the other one. They decide to attack in the middle of the night.
I'll move some large furniture in front of any windows there is here. Lock them, of course. Just make it difficult for anything to mundanely come into the room.
Yeah. But you know, Vulred, with your little busty dwarf comment, Caleb is the best roommate for that, because if he's reading his book, anything could happen in that room, and Caleb would not notice it.
You have to hit him.
Yeah.
Fucking ghost teachers like trying to
Especially-
talk to him, and he just
Especially if I'm possessed.
He's going to ghost lecture halls right now in his head.
Caleb's not looking, but Maylor certainly is.
Yeah, that's a situation where, like, earlier in the campaign, when Caleb said, DM, just assume that Maylor is always out, and I have ignored him most of this time. This is a situation where it's like, what? Why is he out? He goes, you told me before to always assume that Maylor is out.
Maylor just Irvin.
Caleb's reading the book. Mailer's trying to instruct him how to draw the circle correctly. Just like, oh, great heavens!
He's half naked, moving a dresser.
It's like that office meme where Angela's just popped up next to Dwight.
Ah, shit!
Okay. So, on the 36th day of the first seed, the day is yours. I assume you guys are going to descend down into the boarding area for some breakfast.
Yes,
Real quick,
yes.
what day did you say?
36.
It is the 36th day of the first seed.
Oh, I thought you said earlier it was 34th, but then you corrected to 33rd. Or did you say
Corrected to
35th?
35.
35th. Because I was looking up in my notes, so you guys returned to Coriston on the 34th.
Oh, I'm
You
good.
met-
I'm just
Yeah.
fixing notes, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just happy that I'm getting better at tracking these freaking days. Because I didn't do it for a while.
Is our room on the second floor?
It is on the second floor. Yes, there are stairs.
Yes.
Vulred. I will remind you that you are Dave. You need to be Dave, and not Vulred. Dave needs to be present.
Thank you for the reminder, Caleb.
Kelmac?
Kelmac.
Tomac?
Sorry, I got my K's mixed up.
Oh, and as we are descending down, you will notice that Yandere has jet black hair, sandy brown eyes, and pale skin.
Have we met this one?
We have Winter Yandere.
You look different, Yandere.
Have we met this one?
Well,
Are you? I didn't hear his all. Were you actually talking to Yandere?
yeah. Like, you look different.
Yes. Well, we are about to walk into a situation where delegation of information might be important. So I figured it would be best if I were to make an appearance.
So, like, what are you?
Have you not been around Yandere very often?
No, I have. Spring yonder is really nice. Fall is, like, spicy. So, like, what's winter? What are you?
Effective.
Thank you.
Any other probing questions that you feel the need to bring about?
I like your hair.
Thank you.
Oh, we're good.
This Yandere is the one that has more experience on the prime material.
Yeah, it's
That's why he's dead to everybody. Oh, he's met people before, I see.
Caleb has
No.
not been really paying attention. He's been reading, changing his spells and everything. Looks up. Oh, hi, Andre.
Yandere, and yes, hello, Caleb.
Nice to see this version of you.
Thank you. The pleasantries are quite nice. So, what do we plan on doing today, and how quickly do we plan on doing it?
Well, our invite was rather open-ended. I believe we said that my arrival was going to be around roughly 1 p.m., and as opposed to them meeting us at the harbor, it was an open invite to essentially show up upon our arrival. So we have additional time needed to prepare should we decide that we need any extra items or time for planning.
Well, in my observations of this group, extra time and additional planning is needed. So, you are going to go as yourself. The last time I heard there was a potential of a disguise, and that was a very interesting approach.
Correct. The plan is to go as myself. to find out that Salusa is not who she appears to be, and then try to effectively pander to the spellbound, state that I am actually happy that it's not my sister, and I hope that she is dead, and I'm willing to help them with whatever sort of plans they have, if it allows with taking down of my family, because I don't care for my parents quite that much.
Well, except for your mom.
Well, I'm not going to tell them that.
So I'm curious. They know that you're on the way. This person who's impersonating Salusa obviously isn't doing a good job. They would probably understand that the way that they look versus the way that your sister looks is not exactly spot on. So when you arrive and you intend to accept whatever deception there is, how do you plan on going about detailing that information?
Well, I'm going to effectively ask where Salusa is and go from there.
So no plan.
What plan would you like to offer?
I would just imagine that you would probably want to think out your discussion and which way you would like to guide it before we just walk into a potential death trap.
I kind of look over at the party and just kind of like say, I like this Yandere. We probably could have used this Yandere sooner.
I've always been around. You may have heard Yandere refer to me as Reggie. It's Reginald, but I wouldn't allow him to say whatever it is that he would like to say.
You're Reggie.
You're not a ghost that floats around?
I am one of the spirits that occupies this body.
Uh,
He's mentioned this before. Why is this news to you?
Wait, what?
I don't say it was like different spirits. I thought he was just saying it's more different versions of himself.
Different versions of those who are contracted to help him.
I thought it was a mental thing. There are some people who are like that. That's what I thought it was, and I thought his divine abilities allowed him to commune with these spirits, and that was Reggie was just a spirit that helped him and just kind of stayed nearby. But now I am learned.
You've learned. Just say learned.
Learned?
Well, his divine abilities do allow him to commune with spirits, so you're not far off there. But all of Yandere's seasons, apart from spring, are departed spirits that have contracted with Yandere to assist him while he is here in the Prime Material.
So,
Got it.
is any of the Yanderes we've met the original Yandere?
As I recently said, apart from Spring Yandere, we are spirits that are helping him. So what you know as Spring Yandere is the Yandere, or the original, I should say.
Oh, I was struck in disbelief.
Not paying attention, yes.
Actually, I was thinking rather, now that you're here, what does FF mean? Why can't I use that for Flesh Follower?
Have you ever heard of fist engagement?
Ooh, yeah, I mean, fighters. Doesn't
More of
Kelmac engage in
sexual-
fighting? He got beat up by an old man.
Well, I don't know if Kelmac engages in FFing, but
It was with swords.
That's a different kind of thing. Calmac, shut up.
No.
Let's just say there is some fist penetration that engages that. But you seem to be of someone who has relatively expanded um, experiences with some extra delights. I would imagine that you would know what the acronym FF stands for, but apparently not. And I will explain to you at a later time.
He didn't
Yeah.
go to school.
I'm confused now. Are we still trying to talk about the plan and how we want the conversation to go?
Got sidetracked.
Well, it sounds like we need to go in and FF the spellbound flame.
Though that is the inappropriate manner of using that terminology, it still applies. You need to plan what type of conversation you would like to have. And to go in there unprepared would be detrimental to what we are looking to achieve here today. Unless you are just planning on doing what you normally do.
I mean, except the one time I died, it's worked out so far.
Has it?
I'm just curious.
I may not be the forefront or the perceived owner of the body. I am around to answer questions and help Yandre through particular situations. So I have been present in a lot of your adventures and decisions, and most of which were not made of sound mind from you, Mr. Red. You usually are intoxicated, though you have made advancements in the recent time frame. The decision making is not always reliable.
So what
I like
would you
this
like me
genre,
to
too.
do?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
So, what would you like me to do?
As I've stated, at least practice what you intend to say when you walk into this meeting or gathering with this fake Salusa. As you know, once you walk in, it will be incredibly obvious that this person who is impersonating your sister, their plight will be quite foiled. Now, how do you plan to handle that situation?
I would essentially ask that if they do not provide Salusa, then I will be leaving, and see how they respond to that.
And if they allow you to leave, what is your next step?
I see your point.
Thank you. So I suggest we utilize this time that we have before your 1 o'clock meeting to at least think 2 steps ahead.
Should we go back up to the room? We've kind of been like on a stairwell.
Probably.
Let's go back up to the room.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All I can imagine is like Winter Yandere like talking down to you guys as he's standing up on the stairwell. This whole conversation.
Let's go back up to the suites then. And
Let's
have
go
a
back
proper
upstairs.
conversation. Alright, in the room.
So,
First
do
option.
you want to be called Yandre or Reggie?
Reginald.
For the level of simplicity, you can continue to refer to me as Yandere. If it makes it easier for you to say Winter Yandere, then that is allotted as well.
But rated R Yandere.
So we still have the initial issue of why we came here in the first place. Is we don't know why there were agents of the Spellbound Flame attacking the Kiyoshi family.
Out of character, can I ask why you are so low in the screen right now? Like you, like
He's taking a nap.
lay.
Because he doesn't have. Yeah, it's because he's having to
don't have a
lay
desk.
down.
I don't have a desk, and this is the only like area to really have my laptop at a decent level.
I was just making sure because it was just like you just kept slinking further down. So I just like every time I would look at you, you would be further down. Okay, sorry. Continue.
Well, they were attacking his family because they're trying to take it over. I mean,
That would be the assumption that they are trying to destabilize Kiyosa and take over. And that tidbit of information that was received by the discussion, I can't remember who had with, I believe it was you, Yandere, when discovering the location of the spellbound flame in this manner, mentioned that they were marrying into the family, and it sounded like their overall plan is to, in fact, take Kiyosa.
To usurp the so-called throne, or at least the trade prince.
Correct. So it would be a good assumption that the attack on my family is in part of a master plan leading to that ultimate endgame.
So don't you pose a threat to that?
I do, but the proposition here is effectively to convince them that we have the same ideals and that I can help them.
But I think the issue that Yandere is seeing is that they don't want any of the original family alive to pose some sort of challenge to their claim. Understandably, yes, even if you were to go along with them and usurp your father, they want control.
Yes,
and they would be...
That is understood, but as it has been kindly pointed out today, my decision-making isn't quite crisp or well-planned, so wouldn't be in character for myself to be a little stupid here. If they find a need of me in the short term, if I can provide them a short-term advantage to expedite their plans, it would be assumed that they would utilize those means and then attempt to kill me after. Because this was partially a ruse to gain attention, was it not? Because if we just want to kill them, we should just go in and kill them.
the idea was to get their information of proof that they're trying to kill your family. Because, yeah, killing them is easy, but then you just have the whole political issue that you just murdered a whole bunch of political figures and you get arrested.
That, and there's a potential that this could be linked to the origin of that arrow that struck me. So there is risk involved here for sure, but we need some way to attempt to coerce them into conversating with us.
May I offer a suggestion?
You've been offering plenty of suggestions today. Go for it.
Not suggestions, more observations and facts, but if I can offer a suggestion now, I would love to do so. Is that allowed, Your Highness?
Yes, it is.
So, I suggest if you're going to take this approach, you walk in there with the intention of revealing that you were just recently in the vicinity of your homeland. Using that information and revealing yourself gives you that somewhat sense of advantage that you're looking for. You can simply just say, I had a conversation with my family and I am not aligned with their vision and plan. And that will allow you a little more of a caveat, or at least a reason for you to want to help usurp your family. At least that gives us ground rules and basis of our conversation instead of just walking in and saying, I don't like my family. Will you allow me to help you?
Oh, so you think I was just going to say that?
From observations of past conversations, yes.
I think you think that I'm stupider than I actually am.
I don't think you're stupid. I think you're brash. And
I think you're
brash.
condescending.
I am. Can we agree that we are both making these accuracy?
Well, oh, I'm sorry, I paused. You have so many words, I thought you were going to fit some in.
Oh, I can if I would like to, but it appears that your ego has filled most of this room and won't allow you to make a rash decision. But if you would like, I can
Pause
go.
one moment. I pull out the hat of disguise and throw it on you and say, go ahead and turn yourself into me. You got this.
If it so pleases your highness.
Why not? You're
So
I'm gonna-
clearly...
I'm gonna go get some water and I don't know, biscuit, sausage. I'm just gonna like move the dresser.
I can acknowledge when conversations and things have gotten a little awkward. I will say a part of me is a little charged based off of some of your previous interactions with some of the other forms of Yandere. I am a little protective of this body and the spirits that inhabit it. So I will say, I apologize for becoming crass and blunt and somewhat agitated at some of the conversation that we're having. It is of my nature to be a little more direct to those that I speak with. Yandere will take the hat off and give it back to Vulred. Your plan is one that I do see a chance of success in. I just would prefer that you have a little more directive on how you plan to enact the plan. And I will work my best to not become condescending throughout the rest of our conversation.
I appreciate the apology and accept it. Before I move on, I would just like to point out that you clearly know me more than I know this version of Yandere. So the change in demeanor is something I will have to become accustomed to. So I will attempt to do so in good faith.
Then it sounds like we are at a mutual ground.
Yes.
Shall we continue with the planning of this conversation you plan to have soon?
Yes. If you would. You seem to have a good grasp on the proceedings. If you could walk me through a good example, as you just did, on something that would be of advantage to say.
I am not really one for role play, but if that is the environment that we're looking to participate in, what exactly do you need from me?
Well, essentially, you made a good comment about specifics to why I would be motivated, which is a great example that I would use. What are some background thoughts that we should think about that would lead to more of a dialogue? We've determined that there's a good way of why I'm looking for my family. Perhaps why I'm looking for my sister would be another thing to consider a good response to.
You should also flesh out why you intend to betray your family. Any holes in that conversation will probably be identified relatively quickly if you are not careful about how you present such information, especially if this group has been working a long time to put this plan into action. How do you provide value to this?
Well, I was going to mention that I had uncovered proof that my family was behind a ploy to assassinate me, and I reject the family name and want to continue my life as a untethered adventurer with no whatso ties to Kyosa. I was looking for my sister because I believe that she was involved in this and honestly wanted to kill her. But since the spellbound flame appears to have possibly done that, that is one last thing on my to-do list. And hearing that the spellbound flame attempts to take down Kyosa just happens to give me an advantage because there is someone else out there who is looking for the same thing, and that I can use my ties with the city to provide them more insight and safety when they attempt to actually overthrow.
Can I ask you, because my memory may be shoddy based off of jumping in and out of body, have we made any dire or straight connection to the spellbound flame being involved in this, outside of just standard speculation?
No, the only thing, well, not into my previous demise, but we do know they're connected with the recent assassination attempt.
Does mentioning the spellbound flame in this conversation, does it pose any additional risk to us succeeding, or does it provide more value? My concern is we have no real indication that the spellbound flame is actively participating, and mentioning them might be a little premature.
Well, that is true. My thought was to just essentially be honest with them that we are capable adventurers who have, through our investigations, found leads that would assume that they are looking to take Kyosa, and that while I understood the danger of meeting them, and we could be honest that we know that Salusa wasn't there, that we demised it, and us being capable enough to see into their ploy would also be capable enough to take down Kyosa.
May I provide another option, or at least a thought?
Sure.
We can be honest about our approach and understanding that the person who is impersonating Salusa is obviously not them. You can mention that your emissary has some magical capability of revealing the identity, or at least showing the identity of who they spoke with. And at that time, you surmise that Salusa was, in fact, not the right person. Under that understanding, you have come to the conclusion that there is some underhanded work to usurp the throne, and you are interested in helping and engaging with the premise of you being your own person and not being tied to the throne once it is completed.
That is effectively what I was thinking, but you put it into better words.
Well, it sounds like we're on the same page.
Agreed.
Great. Now, the execution. We are just simply going to walk into.
Murder everybody.
That is an execution.
That is an execution.
We are simply just going to walk into this place. Again, acknowledging that this is a disadvantage for us when it comes to defending ourselves. What is our escape plan should we not be successful in this venture?
You're gonna have to fight.
Get out into public streets.
Run.
Break
Running
a
would be
window?
good.
Okay, well, as interesting as that sounds, we should probably at least plan something. Caleb, correct?
Yes.
You have the ability to teleport people out. How many people can you teleport?
I can teleport one individual with me. I do have the ability to come back and teleport one other individual if the need arises. I also have the ability to transform an individual to a massive creature if that would help them escape.
Interesting.
Like a Hydra?
No, more like a more like I could transform you into a giant ape.
Oh man, I don't know about that.
For those of you who went into the premise, I believe that was Yusal and Kelmac, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How, when you went in, is there like a foyer or some location that was close to the entrance that would allow us to exit hastily? Or did they take you further into the building?
I will
mean,
use
it-
minor illusion and make a 3D model of the foyer that we were sitting in, showing the windows in the front, the small walking area we came in at, the stair
Yes,
balcony.
it's yeah, it's ostensibly just kind of a somewhat wide, rather deep audience hall, with these kind of walled off seating areas near the front door. And you guys sat into the one off to the left.
Caleb, where was the room that she went off to?
I will point to the room and show the path that was taken.
The room that Salusa went into was on the second floor bedroom, which Yuzal did not get a view
I
of.
was doing the 5 foot and I was putting it like a doorway or an archway, like it's through this way. I don't know what it looks like after that.
I will describe what I see, but that's about it.
I can make it look like a square, but like,
Yeah.
So it would be advantageous for us to stay in the foyer in case things go awry. It at least gives us an opportunity to exit to the main streets, and not saying that it will be great for us to fight in the open, but at least we won't be surrounded.
Something else I can also do. When Izal drops the illusion, I will take off my hat, and on the outer rim, a minor illusion will also appear of what I saw on the second floor.
Hey,
And can everybody just do this now?
I've been able to do it, but she's been doing.
Yes, I know you.
I love doing this stuff. Magic is fun.
Yeah. Caleb just couldn't stand letting the barbarian out-wizard the wizard.
I cast so many spells, guys. They're all like the same two, but I cast them.
Izal casts probably just as many spells as Caleb, but hasn't been able to do it as long.
And how does Caleb feel about that?
Got twice
Does
as
not
many hit
care.
points, and
Caleb could do cooler shit.
I point at the balcony as well as like, in the event that we get obviously attacked in situation, it's clear that anyone attacking from this stairwell could easily be able to hit us down in the foyer area. And in that event, I can do this, and I make generate like a fog cloud around a small image of me there. It's like I can generate this spell, which will obscure everything. At that point, we just need to like run towards the front and try to hit a window to get out. But it should obscure anyone from trying to do anything to us.
Great. So we at least have a game plan. Now, there was a person of concern
This dude,
that you mentioned.
Big Chungus.
Yes. Him. Somebody mentioned a possible war caster or battle caster. Caleb, do you have any way of potentially mitigating his capabilities?
As long as I am able to see the individual, I can stop them from casting spells.
You
The
just have to
problem
hope
is,
he has less spell slots.
if they are a warcaster, generally I will have more spell slots than they do. As long as we finish the fight in a quick enough manner.
An Eldritch Knight. Well, the problem is, well, I'm assuming if we do get in a fight, I'm going to face that dude. Because he's the biggest one in the room.
Well, assuming that there is a fight that's triggered, I would imagine we would want to be in a more advantageous place and not sticking around.
So would the first plan be to get out of the room once things go awry?
It is the best option for maintaining our safety, yes. If we don't have the opportunity to leave, then obviously a engagement of battle is the next step.
So smoke screen, then GTFO.
Essentially.
I like it.
Yeah.
And if we can get somewhere, if we can get out and get somewhere public very quickly, then that greatly lowers the chance of continued caution of us.
There's still the threat of being arrested because they have political power in the city and we don't. At which point we should... Caleb, how long will it take us to get out of the city on foot?
From the meeting location?
Yeah.
DM, how long would that take?
You don't really know. You came in via boat, but let's see, just kind of general map stuff. If you're not using magic, the closest settlement is 3 days through forested terrain.
To get out of this main city that we're in, how long will it take us to do that?
The city is not that large, so half hour
Okay.
to 45 minutes max, you can be at a gate from anywhere.
Okay.
Sorry if I misunderstood your question.
Great. Well, it sounds like we have at least a majority of our bases covered. Do you feel comfortable with that, Vulred?
I do. To just go over the conversation piece again, our point of view is going to be not to specifically mention the spellbound flame, to not be surprised that it's not Salusa, and confirm that we understood essentially she would not be at this meeting, and that due to our reconnaissance, due to our investigation prowess, we have determined that this group potentially has political ideals that wish to destabilize Kiosa, and that I have the same ideals in mind and want to distance myself from Kiosa and allow whatever hostile takeover they may attempt to be planning, and use myself as an asset.
Sounds accurate.
Okay. Now, if I was going over this conversation in my mind, if we run, where is our rendezvous point?
The closest city is to the west.
North.
North?
Right to the northern
Yeah, you
gate.
guys have the map.
I'm not looking at it.
Yeah, I don't want to. That would
Looking at-
require
I'm looking
actually
at your guys'
finding.
beautiful faces.
Yeah, I can look at the map during break.
The only closest town is north through the forest.
Yes, unless you go by boat, in which case you could get to Leesden pretty quick by boat.
But we
Or
do
back to
we'll probably not
Malgian.
have that time.
Question. I don't really want to set up a meeting point in a city. Is there a landmark by a river or something that is near us?
There's the swamps.
Yeah, I mean, there's swamps west of town. There's also a mining district on the eastern side of town. There's the center of the town is where the noble quarter is. There's a couple temples that you guys are aware of. There's also, I think it's, let me double check my notes here. I'm pretty sure it's called the Havens. Yes. There's the Havens, which is on kind of the north and western area of the city, where there's some residential, but they do a lot of logging out there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got one in mind,
Um,
or there's also the Adventurers Alliance Guild Hall that you guys, that the Adventuring Guild out here that you guys are a part of.
let's meet there.
The
Specifically.
Adventurers Alliance.
Yeah. That way we're just not randomly searching through a city and stuff. That way we know an actual place.
Sounds
Fair enough.
good. We all know where it's at. Okay. Everyone dress your best.
Cool.
Okay. And that's going to be it before you guys head over to Crocus Manor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then sounds like a wonderful time to go ahead and have our break. And we'll get to breaking bread when we return here in about 15 minutes. So Transitioning! Transitioning is a thing that is happening.
Sometimes.
What?
Sometimes it happens. And then we say stupid stuff when we're supposed to be online and stuff.
Like no.
We're online, but you still say stupid stuff.
Yeah, stupid stuff. Like that joke I was telling.
I've never said anything stupid online, ever.
That's a lie. Actually, I don't know that for absolute certain because I can't point to anything. So I'm going to yandere this and just naively believe you.
I mean, we have video proof of stupid things that have happened during our sessions. So
Normally, though, that's me.
Happened? Yes, but I don't think anything that he's actually said has been stupid.
Him as Rab? I don't know. Probably not. Vulred has said a lot, though. Anyway, all right, guys, we are back here with Chapter 72. You guys made a plan, and we'll see how well that works out. Reminder, 36th day of the first seed. So you guys dressed up in your Sunday bests, and are heading over to Crocus Manor, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So assuming
So-
that Vulred is disguised as Dave while he's at the tavern and then transitions out of Dave once we leave.
Yes.
So, you guys depart the Storm's Harbor, and then make your way northwest, though more west than northwest, towards the nicer area of town where the Crocus Manor, the villa exists.
The Viller.
Pardon?
The Viller.
For those of you guys who have been here before, it appears the same as it was last time. For those of you that are new, it's like a two-story kind of stone and like plaster building. It's fairly large, but Vulred, it lacks some of those defined, elegant features, which leads you to believe like this place was built more for its size than for the expense of it. You know, kind of like the kind of person that really stretches their budget to get as big a house as possible, but then cheaps out on the finishes a little bit. Would certainly impress a lot of middle to lower blood classes, but to true nobility, it's a little dated. Yeah, it's just like, oh, it's big, and that's really about the only thing you could say for it. As you arrive, the same guard, Izal, is present. When you guys meet up, he kind of takes a look at you guys as you come forward and goes, right. His lordship said to be expecting you. He goes through, right. Sorry. Just looking around. Seeing if he can try and guess. Vulred, are you going mask or no mask?
No mask.
Okay, no mask. He's kind of looking over your attire. He's like looking at you a little bit. It's like, oh, so this is the noble. And then he like realizes, like, oh my god, I'm staring, and then just turns away and starts like unlocking the gate. Please, follow me. As you guys are ushered to the front, there's a knock at the door. Opens up with a young woman that, again, you recognize, Izal, who lets you guys in to the familiar kind of large entry hall. For those of you seeing it for the first time, the entry hall itself, as you guys kind of step out, is You would guess about 50 feet or so in width, um, and probably about 70 feet or so deep, with these kind of bright white, kind of polished stone facade on everything. There's a couple stairs towards the back, some decorative tiling on the floor. The main kind of central area that heads back has this kind of nice long red carpet. And the room is flanked by two sets of three columns, which kind of rise up into the balcony and the second floor. Um, Aside from the two staircases that head up to the second floor, you can spot two doors at the back of the room, and then it looks like two doors, one on each side, kind of in the center of the back area of the wall. Um, as you guys come in, the get this person's name again. Yes, this young woman, early 20s, long brown hair that's in kind of a bun with some blue eyes, kind of bows a little bit. She's wearing the traditional, just kind of like all white robes that you saw her in previously. She kind of bows again. Welcome. My name is Brees. I am one of the servants here, and a neophyte in the order. It's going to be my responsibility to take you to the dining area. Apologies, but Sir Uric and Lady Salusa are just now being made aware of your arrival, and will join you here in a few minutes. If you like to head to the dining area, I can take you now and serve some drinks or hors d'oeuvres, aperitifs, while you wait.
Look back and forward.
Hi, Brees. I am Sir Vulred.
It's Dare Love.
Dare Love. Just pretend I said Dare Love. I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise of the dining room. Perhaps we can just sit here in this area. Prior, I know my sister's very particular about entrances, so I wouldn't want to see the dining that is set aside for a wonderful evening without her.
Yes, of course. And she just kind of gestures behind you, and just as like Izal had shown you previously, there are these two kind of like 10-foot by 15-foot partitioned lounge areas that kind of flank the doors. And when I say partition, like they've got walls in there, so that way they're private. Kind of, you could see like just ad hoc meeting spaces if you want to meet with someone, but you don't want to bring them all the way into the house, kind of thing. She just kind of gestures. Please, have a seat. Would you like me to bring you anything? Some drinks, perhaps?
I believe for the moment we're quite settled. I'm sure my sister has a nice drink planned.
Yes, of course. Apologies. I will make my lady aware that you're waiting. Please excuse me. And kind of bows and totters off, heading up to the second floor.
Does the seating area, is it by like the front of the house where there's windows like looking down on it, or is it
Yes, oh, you mean looking down on it?
looking just windows towards the seating area?
Towards the ceiling area? No. It does have three kind of smaller stained glass windows in the exterior wall that faces out in towards the front of the house in the main gardens.
From where we're sitting, can you see outside to like the street, main street then?
Yeah, you'll have to kind of pick out some of the pieces of stained glass that are more like clear instead of colored. But yes, you can kind of make a gesture out there to see.
Okay. Just wait.
Assuming that with that we
Seems
wait.
you have a. Sorry, I was just gonna say you guys seem to have a few minutes privacy, relative. If you want.
Privacy.
I'll remain standing while Darelov takes a seat.
I will also remain standing somewhere near Darelove. Just kind of keeping an eye on the area.
And then, just for my own edification here, when you guys showed up, did you guys like show up packed in adventuring gear, or you guys kind of stripped down to just the basics, weapons, armor, that kind of thing?
I'm wearing all my armor.
All of it.
Padded robes.
Mage armor.
The knee pads and shit.
Do you have mage armor cast?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're walking around with these little glyphs, just kind of hovering around you.
I'm wearing my. Go ahead.
I'm wearing the fancy clothes, but I am my armor, so. But I have my weapon set on me because it's a decorative axe.
And I am wearing my half plate cast off armor, so I'm prepared.
I
I have my great sword and my armor.
Okay, so other than your adventuring backpacks, you guys are fully armed and armored. Okay.
I don't know, Vulred.
All right.
It's really what Vulred looks like, because if anything, we're attendants or like bodyguards. It would appear from the outside to Vulred.
I will have given my longbow to someone.
Oh, you would have passed it off to like Brees or to an attendant.
Or
one of us.
No, like someone in the party, just as like, oh. Hey,
Sorry,
like,
yes. When I
know.
said attendant, I was referring to them as your attendants. So yeah.
I'll hold his longbow.
Okay. So a few minutes go by before another individual makes his way. This is a person you saw previously, Izal, but never actually met. You saw her flitting across the second floor balcony last time you guys were here. A half-elven woman. Hard to tell. You would guess human size, like late 30s or so. Long braided blonde hair, green eyes. Quite beautiful. She kind of comes in a little bit. She's got the braid over one shoulder, and you can see it's got like bits of gold and precious stone and like ribbons and stuff. Like her hair has been done up. And she just kind of comes forward a little bit. She, on the other hand, is not wearing white robes. She is wearing the dark red robes with white trim.
This is familiar to me as the Spellbound Flame robes that I've seen multiple times at this point.
Yes. Yeah. Spellbound Flame robes, and I was getting to it, but you can even see in kind of the gold trimming the sigil of the stylized flame on the front. She kind of makes her way, bows a little bit. Well, welcome to the House Crocus. My name is Gwenin, and I'll be one of your attendants this evening. The Lady Salusa and Sir Uric are ready to receive you. They have made their way and are ready to receive you. If you like, I can take you there now.
By all means.
Of course. She kind of takes a brief moment to kind of look you over. Lord Chaosy, I suspect these are bodyguards?
You could say that.
Well. Yes, of course. Please, follow me to the food.
Thank you.
And then she takes you along the, I guess we'll just use cardinals here, the east side wall, almost to the staircase before you find this door that she kind of opens up into like this narrow 5-foot hallway. You go down passing what looks like a couple doors on the left-hand side until an elegant kind of wooden paneled door on your right. As she kind of opens that up and then kind of leads you guys inside. Directly in the corner, as you guys are walking in, you see this like 6'4", like built gentleman, kind of chiseled jaw, short kind of military cut hair. You see like a little bit of scarring. And all in all, kind of has the face like he doesn't take ridiculousness kind of thing. Very stern and unyielding. But he stands there in these kind of vibrant red and gold and silver robes. Also showing a little bit of tracery with the Spellbound Flame. But Yandere, even with a very quick look, you can kind of see nestled into some of the areas of the robe, like chain. Like thin, like a chain shirt that's just kind of been set and is wearing in underneath the armor. So, while this guy doesn't appear to be armored, he definitely does seem to have armor.
As we walk into the room, does this appear to be an exterior room? Meaning this has some windows or stained glass that face out?
Yes, there are 2 windows that face southward out towards the gardens as well. You guess this is on the eastern end of the house. The east wing. Okay. And you guys are coming in through a door on the north side of the room. There are no other doors or points of exit here. But this room...
I was going to say, do we see anything like ceiling, rafters, or anything in this room, or is it just a one-story room?
This room is only kind of one story. It's got like vaulted ceilings. And you do know from walking up on the outside, there is a second floor to this side of the room. But this area has like these very elaborate, kind of wide planked wooden floors. And they've got molding and paneling all over everywhere. And it's set up like a formal dining room. It's got like a crystal chandelier. Although the table isn't centered in the room, it's kind of scooted off a little bit towards like the southwest corner. In this kind of very long, stylized, almost kind of Victorian style table with this kind of white marble top that goes on, you're guessing about 12 feet in length. Around which are these kind of beautifully apportioned Victorian-style chairs. But despite all that, the 2 features that seem to dominate the room that are not furniture are a man who appears to be late 30s, early 40s, fair complexion, has close, like well-kept facial hair, and his dark kind of black hair is starting to get a little salt and pepper throughout. Stern, but he kind of looks more like a classic heroic type, like the kind of person you might make a statue out of. He wears kind of these dark gray blue kind of velvet doublet, over which kind of like a breastplate cuirass that's more ceremonial in style. You can also kind of see Vulred as you kind of make the way down. He's wearing like gilded spurs on his shoes, a typical sign of knighthood, which is how you figure he gets the Sir in Sir Uric. Attached to his arm is this lithe female figure, quite beautiful in a classical way, but I would say worn a little bit in the sense that life seems to have kind of softened some of her edges a little bit. But she does have this kind of beautiful, long, flowing blonde hair that kind of spills past her shoulders. And these kind of gorgeous, kind of set in gemstone eyes. And she wears this kind of very simple, kind of like cocktail dress that's of this shimmery silver gray color. You see kind of prominent on her finger is the signet ring of House Kaosi. And she's just kind of sitting there with like these nice dangly earrings, and just kind of watches you all with this sort of excited face as you all enter the room. Kind of spotting until she sees Durlov. And then you see the smile widen a little bit and goes, Durlov, brother, so good to see you. Thank you for coming. I realize you've only just got in town, but... Well, thank you for coming to see me first thing.
Okay, DM. Is it crystal clear that this is not Salusa?
Yes. I mean, you guys look related in the sense that you guys are both elves with blonde hair. But any person that like spent actual time around you would probably not really notice much of a familial resemblance. Yeah.
So obvious to Darelov then.
Yes, for someone, for it, we're talking about your sister here. Yes, first off, this person, you can just kind of tell based on the way she stands. She doesn't have the cocky sassiness to her contrapposto that Salusa does. And she doesn't have the fake deriding smile, matte, thinly veiled as generosity look that Salusa does. Not that you could call her even thinly veiled when dealing with you. But yes, she distinctly lacks Salusa's grace, at the very least. And she is noticeably more muscular and athletic in build than Salusa.
Okay, so I have we been seated yet, or is this just like walking in?
You guys are just walking in and taking in the area. I will note, Salusa's not making a move to walk towards you. She's just greeting you as you enter.
Well, with that in mind, I will take the seat that is on the far end of the table, assuming that, they're on one side, long table, sit at the very middle, and address her. Why, of course, Sir Uric and Lady Salusa, you look a little different, but I actually expected that. So, may I introduce myself, Durlov Kiose. Whom do I have the pleasure of speaking to today?
You see there's a little bit of look on it. Wheels turning, not necessarily sure exactly how you're phrasing that. She goes, well, of course, as you know, Salusa, KOC. And yes, I understand. My journey here has been quite eventful. But from what I have been told, from our dear father, your exploits in adventuring, if I understand correctly, have changed you quite a bit as well.
Do I get like any sense that she's lying? Like, is there any like obvious telltale that she's like not? She's like picking something out of a hat at this point.
It's hard to say. Like, Yandre, you are really good at insight. Like, you know people. This girl is smooth AF. Like, doesn't even really lose a beat. Like, once she starts opening her mouth, it is full on charm, level, and yeah, I mean, maybe she's from the Feywild. She's that good.
Well, sister, you are correct. I've gone through many transformation in recent days. So pardon me of being skeptical, though you do appear a bit different than we last met. Perhaps this meal will give us an opportunity to bond. Do you remember all the great moments we had in the kitchen with our beautiful cook staff? The head chef, ooh, I miss her. Do you remember the good moments we both had helping her prepare meals in the past?
There's a brief moment where Salusa pauses for a moment. My dear brother, I believe you are mistaken, as I believe the last time you met the cook, you called her a self-righteous bitch. Or you must be thinking of one of the other cooks. Perhaps the one that made you food when you refused to eat whatever the main cook had prepared. Accusing her of poisoning you, was it?
Well, that does seem more accurate. Okay. So why do you look different, sister?
Well, you could say I had a bit of work done. As you no doubt have heard, there are a number of individuals who wish harm for our family. Our dear father, wonderful man that he is, has accumulated a great deal of enemies, both here in the Free Cities and abroad. And I have decided that I wish to distance myself from that family, and have taken steps to ensure that that I would not be recognized.
To be honest, I'm a bit shocked. I would have assumed that you would have rather attempted to overthrow my father, our father, yourself.
Oh, well, you know, father, realistically, I don't know that we'd have to wait really that long. I mean, as I said, he has a great many enemies, and surely one of them will get the best of him at some point or another. And when that happens, I fully expect that you, as the crown prince of the Dominion, will likely take your place. Hopefully, at that point, you will see pity on your dear sister and allow a clean break.
Well, I usually see pity when I look in your eyes, but I do see what you're saying in this significance.
Still cool as a cucumber. Ah, there's that wit again. Funny, if only you were half as good with that bow as you are at trading barbs with me. At this point in time, she deflects and kind of returns to your group. I do imagine that my dear spoiled brother is a bit of a deadweight on your team. I can't imagine how good his accuracy is when his barbs aren't pointed at me.
I look over to the group and I just say, y'all are free to answer.
You may think that he is dead weight, but in my experience, Vulreds never far off the mark.
Though I may not exactly like his approach to things, he is rather intelligent and rather effective when it comes to the means of dispatching. I can say, over my experiences with him, he has been quite pinpoint and accurate when it comes to providing a certain perception and engagement to certain activities.
He's not much dead weight. He in fact makes weight dead. So, lot of contributions there.
He's alright.
Yeah, there's that brief moment yonder as you kind of look. The composure of Salusa so slightly slides a little bit as you're quite certain she has picked up on the innuendo.
He's good at that killing.
Shut up.
And at which point in time, she turns away from the party and over to Yorick. See what I said, darling. My brother and I never get along. I imagine this dinner will end sooner rather than later. Never know what's going to happen when the two of us get in the same room. And then Sir Yorick kind of goes, "Oh, come now, dear. It's been some time. You can at least behave for an hour or two." Still, one moment. He kind of glances back over to the brick shit house in the corner and goes, Griff, have these servants bring us in a little bit of something to lighten the mood. I'm thinking absinthe. Yes, of course, absinthe. It's such a wonderful stimulation of the digestion before a meal. Have it done. And then, so Yorick kind of breaks away from Salusa and makes his way over to you, Darla. Well, it would appear as though we're going to be brothers-in-law soon. Though, I guess considering you're an elf and I'm human, you won't have to put up with me too long, comparatively speaking. Still, I suppose it is good for us to get to know each other a little bit. I am Sir Yorick of the House Crocus. And he kind of reaches out his hand to shake yours.
I accept the handshake and respond. Pleasure to meet you, Yorick. I find it quite noble for you to take interest in my sister. It's certainly a full-time job, so you must be impressive.
You see him kind of chuckle a little bit and look back over to Salusa. Yes, he's as witty as you warned he'd be. But, yes, she certainly keeps me on my toes. That's, no argument there. But, I will also say that she has a certain view of life that I find appealing. As you know, one of these smaller dominions, like Coriston, especially considering I am only tangentially related to a great family, life can get a little boring. So having a bit of fire is nice.
Well, you know, Hopefully, that is a spark that will ignite your relationship for years and years. So, I do wish the best of luck, and am grateful to see that Salusa has taken a positive turn in taking control of her life.
Well, yes, yes. Thank you for that. I'm sure she appreciates it. From what I understand, you've also been adventuring. And he kind of looks around. I assume this is your party. After all, who else would show up armed and armored to a dinner? At a nobleman's villa, no less. Yeah.
That is true. This is my adventuring party, and please forgive the packing of weapons that we have upon us, but given my recent history, one does need to take precautions, even with family, unfortunately.
Ah, yes, of course. I did hear about the unfortunate issues that arose recently. From my understanding, your family was attacked. Yes, such a horrible thing. Salusa and I were actually just planning on taking a trip to Kyoto before we heard that bit of news and decided to unfortunately postpone our trip.
Well, I think given my sister's distancing of the family, due to, let's be honest, very acceptable reasons, it is quite apparent when I visited last that the city is unstable, so I don't necessarily think y'all made the wrong decision by postponing your trip. Luckily, Father and Eldwin are unharmed, relatively, and we'll be back to normal. Well, Father is back to normal. Eldwin might take him some time to get that smile back, but he will be fine.
Well, excellent to hear. Good. That's good indeed. After all, I haven't met them yet, so... But we really do need to make a trip, darling. I mean, really, the wedding's only in a couple months? Yes, couple months, actually, in fact. And I haven't even met the family. That's simply something that, should not be allowed to stand, I assure you agree.
Well, you will have to visit the old palace. It is quite magnificent. The gardens especially is one of my favorite places. I used to run off to the cherry tree in the garden. Oh, any time that I wanted to escape my sister, you could find me at the cherry tree. But you remember Salusa. You would still find me anyhow.
This is like, yes, but then again, I always was better at studies than you were. You tend to like to make trouble and force others to do your work for you.
Care to give me a example of such work that I did not take upon myself?
Well, let's see. There was the time you set the boat on fire that was carrying all that metal from Father's shipment. Cost us quite a number of tens of thousands of gold, if I'm not mistaken. There was that errant issue with the one circus our father actually allowed us to have into the city when you released all the wild animals, if I'm not mistaken. I believe a great number of people were harmed. There was also the time that you decided to roast your catch out in the forest and burned how many acres was it? At least 20. Of good timber.
Out of character, I don't remember quite saying that one. Is that accurate?
Oh, I
though?
know.
Okay.
We're adding to it.
Okay. So great. That's fine.
Can we all do
it's in
that?
the
Let's
canon.
add some shit to his backstory.
Yeah.
Adding to the rap sheet.
Hey, look, if you guys are gonna keep adding shit to your backstories and not give me a heads up, I reserve the right to do the same.
It's in character. It's fine.
Why? Yes, sister. I've had my problems in the past. I've gone on a personal journey lately, realizing the wrongs of the past. And while I take acceptance of the things I could have done differently, it's hard not to put blame into the environment that which we were raised. While I was given everything I wanted, I never received love. From you, from father, maybe from mother, but you see the fakeness through her eyes at times.
Well, yes, our family life was certainly hard. And as the Crown Prince, I will admit that yours was harder than most. So, I suppose I will forgive you for that. Specifically. But, given the last few months have been a time of great change for us both, I suppose it would be best if we at least found some form of closure, considering we are both on the precipice of new lives and all.
I agree. I don't think the spiciness of our relationship will change anytime soon, but I can be happy at positive outcomes. And as part of my, well, bettering of myself, as much as it pains me, I have to thank you for that day. The day when we were competing in the woods and I was shot by that arrow. If you would not have pushed me out of the way, I can only assume that that arrow could have struck a more prominent feature and outright killed me.
Yes. Well, despite our problems, you are still my brother. And if you were to die, then, quite frankly, I suppose I would have faced a bit of father's ire. And, well, I didn't want that. After all, you were at least entertaining.
Not, however, as entertaining as this ruse. Should you be my sister, you'd be more than aware that you didn't save me from an arrow. I was the one who pushed you. Care to explain?
There's, you got, Yandere and Izal with your, battle sense as the tension suddenly kind of rises in the room. You can kind of both see Griff kind of open himself up a little bit, going from just kind of a leisurely guarded position in the back to something a bit more capable of reaction, so to speak. Not an aggressive stance, but certainly gearing up the body a little bit.
I'll have my eyesight go to him since if I'm not focusing on his sister, I would be checking out what he's doing. So if I see him doing that, I'm just going to stare at him now.
Okay.
I've been holding Vulred's bow and arrow in my hand the whole time, so I made it a point to stand next to Vulred as he was sitting down. Well, sorry. As we were approaching and we walked in the room, it is readily available to hand off to him, should he need it.
Yeah. And then, just in case something kicks off here before we start saying something that someone is not going to be able to take back. So, the table at the moment is long. Sir Uric is sitting at the head of one side, with Salusa next to him on his left. Where are you guys situated in relationship to that?
I would imagine that I'm somewhere close to Vulred. I think he said that he was at the end of the table at the farthest seat, so I would be to his right.
So, Vulred, are you on the opposite side of the table of Uric, like staring at him? Okay.
Yes.
Then that would mean
I would try
you...
to be next to Izal.
Yeah, and then that means... Yeah, it means Yandere, if you're to Vulred's right, you are sitting between him and Salusa.
I'm not sitting. I'm
Oh,
standing.
you're just going to stand? Okay.
Yeah, Vulred was the only one that indicated that he was going to sit.
And I had it intended
Okay.
on sitting.
And then... What?
I had it intended on sitting either. Basically because shit Brickhouse was probably standing the whole time and I'm just trying to keep an eye on him.
Okay.
So I was approaching it as more of a guard situation and not as a party member, because that's how we approached it as. And the party, us being part of the party, wasn't mentioned until after Vulred had sat down and conversed with him.
Yeah.
I would be.
Kelmac might have sat though.
I would be like away, but just more of like. Because I can't envision the room in my head, so I'm just wanting to take a more, yeah,
Just so you're to the right and behind me, closer to the doorway.
yeah, just whatever puts me in a flanking, like whatever would stop someone from flanking.
So back right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because so I guess in this case, Vulred, are you seated on the head of the table on the north side of the table or the south side of the table?
I don't know which side they're on. I'm on the opposite
Well,
side.
I thought everyone was seating, and if you're the only one that sit, then they're just gonna sit depending on where you sit.
I'll sit next to Red.
Okay, but we still haven't determined if he's on the north or south side. For the door that you come in is on the north
Yeah,
side,
we'll just say you grabbed the closest head seat.
which is the northern side.
Yeah. And then Izal, you're standing where in relation to Red?
Probably 10 feet away from him. Trying to stay away where I'm not like right next to the dude. But I want to be able to keep an eye on their big guy.
So
On the
he's
front.
all. Did you say big guy was on the eastern side or eastern wall?
He's in the northeast corner of the room right by the door.
Okay,
Right
so-
now, Kelmac and Brick Shithouse are flanking the door.
Okay, so Izal would have been on the side closest to Brick Shithouse guy, but near Vulred. So about 5 to 10 feet away from Vulred on the eastern side of him. I would be on the western side of him, about 5 feet away from him. That means that Calum said he was going to sit down. He just needs to determine whether or not he's going to sit to the east or the west. And then Kelmac is in the northwestern side of the room.
East.
Okay.
So
And then that would mean Izal, I guess, would be like behind to the left of Vulred, over near the door and the brick shit house.
yes.
Okay. Alright. There we go. That puts Kelmac in a corner, but you know what? He a big dude.
That means he can't
He
get
moves
flanked.
fast.
That's true. He does move fast. Okay, so now that we figure out where everyone is in case someone says something and shit goes down.
We enter combat.
No, we're not in combat yet.
Oh,
But we are in some shit right now. So as Vulred decides to play the cards on the table, you see Griff kind of shift a little bit into less of a defensive position, into a more neutral position. Whereas Sir Uric goes from kind of leaning forward, intently talking to Vulred, to kind of leaning back a little bit. Salusa loosens a little bit and goes, "Well, I was quite curious how long you were going to let this little cat and mouse game go. So, I suppose you've had all that you can have at this point then, yes?"
Well, I feel like the intent of this conversation is going to turn for the better, and I won't be throwing insults your way any longer. So again, I am Darelove. What is your name?
She kind of sits there for a moment. "Well, dear love, you see that I bear the ring of House KOC. Do you happen to have one as well?"
Well, of course.
Are you wearing it at this point in time?
No. I do have my ring, but I choose not to wear it when I'm not in the city. When I'm not in Kyosa, there's no real relevance, essentially, especially as a traveler these days.
I would agree with you there. Except if we are going to put our cards on the table, you at least know who I am not. It would be nice to know whether or not I am indeed dealing with Durlove, as that will affect how we proceed moving forward.
Well, I respect that opinion. I will provide such evidence depending on how this conversation goes. In the short term, I ask you to just trust that we may be able to form a solid business relationship in this endeavor.
Cocks her head a little bit. Business relationship, you say? Now, why would you want to have a business relationship with someone who seems to be an imposter to your sister?
Well, that is a great question. First off, I think it's important that you realize that we walked in here today fully knowing that Salusa was not going to be here and that there would be an attempt to perform subterfuge. So,
of course, why else would anyone show up armed and armored to a noble's luncheon?
precisely.
Honestly, if you wanted to keep your knowledge secret, that was a really poor way to do it.
To be fair, we always do this.
That is accurate. We may not be the most striking party, but our ability to get things done and investigate are thoughtful, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to surround ourselves with individuals that have the same possible endgame. You see, I know that you have some brief, or, well, more than brief backstory. You know about my life. I know that you essentially said that as Salusa you wanted to distance yourself from the family as a means of escape. Well, you see, you've actually copied my life. I am done with the Kiosa family, I know that there's a target on my head, my father's head, and I assume Salusa has probably already had an arrow through her head at this point. And you know what? Good fucking riddance. I'm tired of this fucking family, and I want my father to be around just long enough to see the city fall. And
Okay.
I think you might be able to help me with that.
So, quick question. Compared to Vulred's actual opinion, how much of a stretch? To what degree are you going beyond here?
Like in terms of like performance?
In terms of a deception.
Are you essentially telling the truth, but just being a lot more prevalent about it, or are you actually wanting to see your father survive in the city?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't want to see my father dead necessarily. I'm kind of neutral on the city. I mean, it seems kind of like a problem. There is a lot of real emotion behind this, but there is definitely an amount of performance there. So it's
Yeah.
mainly
So, yeah, go ahead and roll a deception. Because we're just gonna kind of see to what degree she picks up on any bullshit, if at all.
a 3.
Wow. And she rolled an 8 on her insight. So, yeah, she's kind of sitting here. She's looking at you. Her eyes narrow. So, with your particular word choice, to a certain extent, like, and even like Reggie, Volra or Yandere over there is like, okay, that sounded a little forced, maybe. But yeah, so she gets Salusa, narrows her eyes a little bit. Well, as far as I can tell, you're only half full of shit. But at least you're truthful enough in the sense that your relationship with your family is complicated, which, from what I've heard, yeah, who the fuck wouldn't be tormented being in that family? And as for your reference here, sorry, sorry, a little exposition there. And as for Salusa biting it with an arrow, I honestly couldn't tell you whether she is or isn't. I came in possession of the ring. I never actually met your sister, so whether she's alive or dead, I couldn't tell you.
That's fair. Yes, my past is complicated. Yes, I have some family issues. The last time my real sister approached me to meet a gentleman, we were at a function, a nice ball, and I pushed her down a flight of stairs. But that was just payback. She pushed me into the kitchen fire one night as a child.
And
Not sure if you found out
Salusa,
that one.
I just look at Vulreds like, what the fuck?
yeah, Salusa is just kind of sitting there. You guys are really fucked up, you know that?
Yes, I didn't know that for the longest time, but I am quite aware. And honestly, yes, I am a changed man. I'm enjoying my adventuring days. Sure, there might be more danger, but it's far less stressful than being some chosen one asshole. And that's actual truth. That's honest. There's no deception.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna ask you to do deception, just because Vulred has stated stuff to that effect quite consistently, especially recently. You see, fake Salusa. Contemplate a little bit. Well, if you're here and you're quite aware, kind of glances around, judging you guys. I suppose you're the one who took care of Baines?
I beg your pardon. You'd have to enlighten us on...
Delov, that was probably the assassin or the red robe one.
Isal, which side are you on me? I want to look over and just nod.
To your right.
To your left. Sorry. It's to your left. I'm to your right.
I get confused too.
Oh, but my head goes this, so I gotta look this way. So I gotta look to my... Ah, yes. Bane. Well, that's a little bit awkward. Though I will say at that point, I did not realize who I was potentially dealing with, and, well, being just attacked, you usually go after and kill someone who tried to attack and kill you. So, I apologize if he was a friend of yours.
So you're kind of chuckles just a little bit. No. Friend, not exactly. He was a very useful tool, however. He's one of Maddox's men. I believe Griff is the one who knew him more than anyone else. Though even from what I understand, they didn't necessarily get along. But, still, his sudden disappearance has complicated a few things for the Spellbound Flame, who surely you are aware of at this point are in my employ.
That is correct. We put the pieces together, we'll say that. And maybe we can, well, my intention was, obviously, since we have some similar goals in mind, we could possibly be a replacement to that tool you missed. I'm sure having some hand on the inside will help expedite your plans and lead to possibly a better outcome.
Well, I have to admit it's quite interesting. Though I am curious what you think you can actively provide. I mean, look, I am sure that you are quality adventurers. I mean, after all, you managed to kill Baines and then several other of your individuals, your underlings, right? And then Solus says, yes, one of my best assassins. He, however, was someone I was quite close with.
Again,
but such is the nature of the game. What is it you say, darling? Live by the sword, die by the sword? So goes, huh, yes. Well, you see, skilled though you may be, there is still the issue of the fact that despite your skill, you still have entered into a noble's villa. And as a noble, I do possess certain, how shall we say, clout and respect in this city. And harming a noble, for any reason, really, is a crime. Potentially even punishable by death, should the harm be severe enough. Beyond that, you also happen to be surrounded by arcanists of the Guild of the Spellbound Flame. Griff here, and he kind of motions over, he happens to be an initiate of the 7th level, a fully fledged magus and skilled evoker. Skilled, such that he's participated in how many wars? 3? if I'm not mistaken. Um, so, and I'm sure your compatriot here, kind of gesturing over to Calum, assuming you are a wizard and not a druid. Apologies, I can't really tell with your outfit. Uh, Individuals of his particular skill are capable of harming everyone in the room, except for us.
It was apparent that there would be danger here. I appreciate you illustrating the prowess of your abilities. I would do the same in your position. So, to answer a previous question of what we could offer, I really, as you would know, this is a game about strategic advantage. And I don't know what you're trying to do necessarily, nor should I think you would tell me. I understand that, especially at this point. But this is an offer. I don't care about my family anymore. So, if you would like my help, we can be a tool depending on how much trust you're willing to reciprocate. We could help you advance your means. If you don't need our help, then you're clearly much forward in your plan than I anticipated, and my presence is not needed at all. So, how about this? How about we depart? You think about whether or not you would like this, and if I do help you in return, I ask for some small amount of information. I will help you take down my father, and I will provide you my ring. That way, there is no possible, interference should you think I would return to my kingdom. There's no need for violence today, sir. We can still help each other.
Yes, I suppose that is true. But, let's see. I think it comes down at this point to judging the usefulness of the tool. I mean, if it is simply the ring, we could just as easily kill you. And with you and your party out of the way, any future assassination attempts might well succeed. Especially since you're not well loved in the city as it is, so some people might even do us a favor. For all we know, there's a bounty on your head.
That would make it quite easy for anyone to turn me in. Or kill me. I've already died. What's dying again?
It's kind of a curious. And it's like, I see. Well, so, when you say you plan on being a tool, what exactly is it you think you can help us out with? Assuming, for example, our goal is to usurp the throne of KOC, then why would we need you? We have the Lady Salusa, and with proof of your death, followed by the death of your family members, she would be the next to inherit the throne. I mean, granted, there is, of course, the whole issue with the Trade Prince's crown. Obviously, the other members of the Free Cities would have to agree for her to take that crown. After all, it's not a traditional monarchy. But considering we have Coriston, and I very much doubt that the Goldman of your city will put up much of a fuss, I'm not entirely sure what benefit you could lend to our cause.
I appreciate you playing coy, but I know just as well as you do that if you had the strategic advantage, you would have done it already. That's all I have to say.
Well, in the interest of full disclosure there, the main reason we haven't done well, obviously we made an effort and Baines died for it. But beyond that, the actual usurpation would likely come later. After our marriage, for example.
Derlov, do you mind if I interject?
Of course.
I'm sorry, what is the appropriate term for you? I've come across some prevalencies recently, and I want to make sure that I address you with the appropriate title.
Well, I am Sir Uric Crocus, Crocus being a lesser noble house, so you may refer to me as Sir Uric, or my lord. Oh, Lord Crocus, Lord Uric. Sir or Lord are the honorifics.
Sir Uric, based off of this conversation today, and based off of your recent assassination attempts on Derlov here and his family, it appears you're still working from the outside in. What Derlov can provide for you is more insight and interior knowledge that you do not currently have today's date. Now, unless there is something of benefit more than interior knowledge, which, based off of how you interact, knowledge is way more information and key to you than just acting hastily. Miss Salusa here had a lot of information on Derlov in order to maintain her ruse until it broke. There could be more information that's more recent that we would be able to provide now that Derlov's family knows that he is still alive and around. May expedite your ability to usurp this throne, or get you more of a more solidified entrance towards your plan and execution.
Well, you are mostly right. I will say that we had no intention of assassinating Derlov here. In fact, until just this previous evening, when your compatriots came to announce your arrival, we were not even aware that Master Derlov had even survived. We had assumed he had died. So, that being the case, Derlov's continued existence proves to be more of a hindrance for us. To do what to do. We could duke this out, just handle it.
I would strongly
Then again,
suggest against that, sir.
oh
I'm
yes,
sure
I
Griff could
wouldn't want to.
understand the situation. He's highly skilled at the 7th level evocation caster. But you're the prize here. If he protects you, he can't protect himself, and vice versa. All we have to do is focus our fire on one person. And I'm sure he can't take us all down in one go. All we gotta do is get to you.
So Yurick kind of just glances over his shoulder to Griff. Griff kind of looks at him sidelong and just kind of... like, well, he's not exactly wrong.
Shit.
It's in like it's a legitimate risk.
Sure, we
so
came
goes,
into the situation armed to the teeth because we knew the ruse would be up shortly. And it was only a matter of time before you slipped up with your story, and it became quite obvious, so there's no reason to us come unarmed, especially with violence as an option. But we can offer you far more alive than I think we would be dead. You'd still be working from the outside in that situation.
yes, the question is whether or not we actually require the information that you are willing to give.
Not so
As I
much
said,
information,
with most...
It's the person. Derlov himself can get you directly into the city. He could easily have Salusa himself take over for the now fallen king or trade prince there and he just give the entire title over to his sister. At that point, he's already said he's not interested in it. And if anything, he'd just help you get to the position you're already wanting. Probably saving you a whole lot of money in the process.
And less fallen friends along the way.
Yeah, oh, he's not your best person. That was not an impressive situation.
And given the current environment, your Salusa didn't really pass the test when it came to knowledge, though she was very apt in her information. This would be another backup plan to solidify your engagements.
I will say, sister,
Weak.
you have the right attitude. I'll give you that.
There's a bit of a silence that kind of hangs in the room for a bit. Well, it would seem we have quite a bit to discuss. As any option we take comes with a certain amount of risk for both parties. Well, I think now that all the cards are out on the table, it would at least warrant a bit more discussion. Manner. So, I suppose it is high time for the food to be delivered. Don't you think?
Good. I was getting kind of hungry.
I definitely agree.
I was like, oh god, I'm so fucking hungry. I didn't eat breakfast.
Griff knows, man. I'm sure he's starving by now.
Griff is just kind of giving you a disappointing glance, Kelmac.
Oh, it's like a superior officer kind of thing. Like, you suck.
Oh no, we lost Kelmac. Oh no, he's there.
No, I'm here. I was getting at my toe.
You faded in the background.
Survived 3 wars, doesn't understand the importance of food. What a joke.
You didn't say that out loud, did you? During
No.
this very delicate time. Okay, thank you.
It's like, hey, your fight's with Kelmac, Griff, not with me. Go kick his ass.
But no!
Come on, smite him. Let's see it.
But yes, so food is delivered in short order. The wine is poured, and after a few moments, I guess people not eating or drinking it, Sir Uric and Salusa take the first plunge and eat and drink of the wine first.
First, excuse me.
As a precaution, Yandre will look to Sir Uric and Salusa. If you would like to prepare Griff, part of our journeys we've been accosted with assassination attempts quite frequently. With that being said, I would like to at least verify that none of this is poisoned.
Sir Uric kind of looks over.
I cast Detect Poison and Disease.
And you sense no poison in the food.
Okay. With that, I'll look.
So you see that they at least didn't intend to poison you.
Cool. With that, I will look back to Darelove and just nod my head and say that everything's good to go.
Someone has hepatitis.
So what about
Listen, the food is not tainted, but do not go around Griff. He has seen many adventures.
He has
listen,
all the AIDS.
this Salusa is definitely a lady.
Oh, she's definitely Salus.
Do not cast that in a brothel. You will
not
go
Satire.
blind.
Yeah.
Satire.
Well, but hey, it'd be a good way to verify beforehand,
What?
that there's no diseases.
Okay.
I can
I was
I'm just
thinking that's a good way
imagining
to. You said that's a
casting.
good way of verifying that's his sister. It's like, how would he know this?
That's what I thought, and I was like, "Ugh."
No, Kelmac mentioned a brothel.
Okay.
He said, "Don't cast that in a brothel." I said, "Actually, I think that would be actually a really good spell to have in a brothel." But anyway,
When you learn
yeah,
about viruses and then you cast it and you see the world is just tainted.
yeah, arrow to the knee. Okay,
Kelmac's a paladin. He's fine.
that's true.
I don't think
Got
I'm
that
immune to
divine
poisons
You're
just
immune to
yet.
disease.
Yeah, immune to disease. You got that divine health going for you.
Nice.
So we keep going.
Yep. So there's a little bit of uneasy silence as a little bit of food is had. So, yes, after food continues on for just a little bit, so you're at kind of pats his lips, folds the napkin, slides it up under the plate, and kind of pushes everything ahead. So, what would you say is the ideal outcome here?
Well, the ideal outcome is you reign in charge of Kiosa. I get to see my family be humiliated, and I disappear. I leave for my life of adventure, never to return to Kiosa. I denounce my power publicly, and out of character, is there like certain things where you can like seal your word like with magic or something?
There are ways to do that. There's some magics that exists. Pacts sworn before the Kari god Grov are said to have that, as Caleb can tell you. Grov really does not like it when mortals break pacts and oaths sworn in his name. So that's an option. If that's something you needed to do, it is something that could be done.
Sure. So I essentially offer that. So, Sir Yurik, you get what you want. I get to see the humiliation of my family, and I leave, never to return. And I can focus on my life outside of the shit show family that was thrusted upon me.
It's kind of sitting here looking at you. Oh, you had something to say?
Oh no, I'm just motioning like that sounds pretty good. That's like a good deal.
Expert negotiator.
You
I was
know,
the
I
number
find
one
it quite odd,
negotiator.
the idea that you essentially are one death of a man you despise away from owning an entire kingdom. Why would you not simply choose to double-cross me and take the throne yourself?
If I wanted to kill my father, I would have done it by now. Unfortunately, since we assassinated your man, you weren't able to see how much of a little bitch he really was.
That was hilarious.
Perhaps, but I would also note that if you truly disliked your father, why did you not simply allow him to be assassinated? Why save his life?
That's a fair question.
Because you fucked with his brother.
That, my brother, which I should mention, he would be part of the endgame as well. He would leave with me, and he has no power in overstating your ability to reign. If we need a pact on that as well, that is on the table. He nor I honestly are cut out to reign. But to give you even more of a background, well, my entire life my father has seen me as a target. I've never been one, but he has had the same issues that I never realized until recently. When I was in Kyoto last after the failed assassination attempt, I came upon some news that effectively he is linked to my betrayal. I believe it's because he saw me as a threat, and though I was not a threat, I am now a threat. So, I don't want to reign, and I want to see him lose.
Let's see. Right. So, if I'm to understand that you handled the assassins not to save your father, but rather to save your brother?
Well, yes, and I assumed I was under attack as well. To be honest, your assassin didn't send a greeting card.
Well, would kind of defeat the purpose, wouldn't it? But as I also just stated, we were unaware, so if he attacked you, it was clearly because he saw you as a threat, not because he recognized who you were. Likely didn't.
Well, I did not know that at the time. My apologies.
Well, in any case,
May I
I will
offer-
admit. I will admit that, given your group, it would be beneficial from our end as to not have needless fighting when so much work is to be done. So, I suppose I will say that I would be willing to allow you to keep your life, and you and your friends' lives as well, and the life of your brother, assuming that you hold good on that oath that you will, well, you and your brother, formally abdicate under a formal oath your rights, such as they may be, to the Principality of Kyoto. At which point in time, Lady Sulusa will be the heir apparent, and with the death of Lanran, will make her the next in line for the throne. No muss, no fuss.
I'm glad you're seeing the positive outcome that this cooperation of our abilities can deliver.
Well, I suppose if that is indeed the arrangement, it's kind of like looking over the rest of the party. Though I have to admit, I find it odd, considering you all seem to have, well, you don't strike me as the dubious sort of adventurers.
Oh. We're here
What's-
strictly for Derleth.
What's dubious mean?
The bad kind of thing.
You guys strike me as the goody two shoes, do-gooder type of adventurers.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you've seen the statements in the state of Kyosa under his father's rule. What's really good and bad in this situation?
I see. So as far as you're concerned, if Lanran was to be deposed, you're picking a lesser of two evils?
It's a gray area. I'm sure we're all willing to operate in.
I have mentioned to my party that, as I was saying with Salusa earlier, I've grown quite a bit, and other than my hatred for my family, I have become more refined and more of this goody two-shoes person, as you've stated. But when I visited Kyosa and saw the state that it was in, the sadness, the despair, the sheer ignorance of my family bloodline cluttering the city, it was clear to me that my family is nothing but a virus. And honestly, seeing someone else take power can only be a good thing. So this helps people as well.
I want to get some clarification here. Because you keep saying your family is a virus. And yet you are protesting for the safe passage and conduct of your brother. Who exactly in your family are you willing to allow as a sacrifice for this endeavor? And who is to be protected?
I'm sorry, I'm merely speaking in generalities of my family controlling the city, in which would be my father. So to be specific, my father.
I see.
Ask the people here. My father is not a good person, nor does he deserve any good tides.
Huge douche.
Cunt.
Maniacally evil, really.
Maniacally? I don't know about maniacally.
I just look over at Kelmac like, really, dude? Like,
I mean, evil, yeah, but like, wait.
Shut up.
This
Kelly.
is coming from someone who didn't understand the definition of dubious. Can we please get back on track?
Wait, is maniacal the crazy? Like,
Comac eats food.
did they bring dessert? Oh, see, did they? Because I'll just stuff my face with dessert.
Yes.
Eat a roll.
All right.
I forgot
They
to ask,
will eventually be-
what was on the menu?
Oh,
Keep going, keep going.
Sorry.
Oh,
Risa.
Yeah, dude is about to die.
Bastard.
I'm about to die. This couch is killing my back. Sorry. Let's continue.
yeah. Anyway, so Yurt goes, well, it would seem that we at least have some sort of an agreement. Obviously, a formal truce can't be announced until there are certain oaths in place. I will see to it that magic is made available to see this done. In that respect, once the requisite oaths are made, then we should be able to move forward with the agreement in place. Obviously, since your brother is not present, he will have to make his oath at a different time. If he refuses to make such an oath, well, that is an issue we may have to deal with.
I understand what that could mean.
Well, so, that being that, we'll draw up a bit of wording regarding the oath, and then we will contact you when they are ready to be sworn. I suppose your group is aware that in order to close the loop and tie off any loose ends, they will have to swear oaths as well. Standard stuff as to that they agree to the terms and will not act on your behalf or your family's behalf to betray us in any way, that sort of thing.
It will be duly notarized.
Well, yes. All right then. It would seem we have an agreement.
It'll be a pleasure doing business with you, Sir Ulrich, and Salusa. I can't wait to get to meet my sister again.
Well, if that is all, I suppose that concludes our conversation here today. I believe you're staying at the Cursed Arrow, if I'm not mistaken.
In fact, we are. You can send us a message there, and we will make arrangements to meet you hastily upon your readiness.
Very well. I shall send word for you there when everything is ready.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
I admit this is not how I expected this to go. But I suppose we had a successful result in either case.
Likewise. And I will get up and kind of give a small bow.
Okay. Alright, and then you guys are allowed to leave the Crocus Villa and return and to the afternoon. I would say at this point it's probably closer to 5 p.m.
Great.
Cool.
All right. Anything else you wanted to do with your last couple minutes?
I'm good.
No.
I'm bueno.
Okay. Well, then we will go ahead and call it there for Chapter 72. Well, guys, be sure to come back next week for Chapter 73, where we'll see how this ends up going and what oaths and fell deeds are to be sworn to. And a little bit about this cray magic.
And this Thursday is a Jace Sit with Jace. Join me, as February only has 28 days, so it kind of shortens that thing.
I guess that's true.
That's right.
Because the last day of the month will be next session.
Yeah. First and last every Thursday of the month.
Nothing.
Who is going to be on there on Thursday?
I don't know. Is it Kilmo going to make his rounds, or what's going to happen there? Find out on Thursday.
Okay. All right. Well, bye, guys.
Good
Good
night,
night.
everyone. Advitas and guten Tag.